Chapter 913. Cultivating the Saint Ascension Decipher. Zhang Xian didn't expect Mu Shi to have such confidence in him. A first-grade origin core was great, but if it would take him several years to do so, it was clearly not worth the effort. For one, if he didn't become a 9-star master teacher before he reached 30, the innate fetal poison would act up, and he would breathe his last breath. If so, what would be the point in cultivating a higher-grade origin core? As such, despite how high of a regard Mu Shi had for a first-grade origin core, he didn't have much of an interest in it. It would be best if he could obtain it, but if not, that was fine too. Indeed, with talent like yours, you definitely stand a good chance. But of course, to succeed, you will need a fair bit of luck and aptitude too. Mu Shi's puppet nodded in response. There were countless outstanding geniuses in the history of the master-teacher continent, but not a single one of them had successfully cultivated a first-grade origin core since Kong Shi. Talent was important, but luck and intelligence were vital as well. Luck is beyond our control, but there is a way to take a peek into one's intelligence. If you can learn the Saint Ascension Decipher and gather 7 strands of Zhenqi together without them collapsing within 3 days, there is a very good chance that you will advance beyond advanced second-grade origin core in the future. If you can't achieve this much, I will have to advise that you not take this route. 7 strands of Zhenqi? Zhang Xian muttered as he recalled what he had previously read in the Saint Ascension Decipher. In truth, cultivating a third-grade origin core could already be considered the limit of a chrysalis realm cultivator's capability. Putting aside that cultivating anything beyond that was nigh impossible, even if a cultivator were to succeed in doing so, it was likely that their origin core could still collapse due to their inability to wield the power. In view of this problem, the Saint Ascension Decipher worked in a manner that forcefully widened the window in which a cultivator could nurture their origin core from just chrysalis realm to half-saint and nascent saint as well. In other words, as long as the cultivator hadn't made the breakthrough to saint realm, they could continue to gather Zhenqi into their origin core and strengthen it. This was probably how Kong Shi built an extremely powerful foundation, such that even the heavens acknowledged his existence when he made the breakthrough to sainthood. Usually, cultivating an origin core involved gathering one's Zhenqi into a spherical shape and refining it bit by bit, turning it from a pseudo-core to a temporal core, then to a corporeal core, and finally a golden core. The 7 strands of Zhenqi that Mu Shi's puppet had spoken of referred to the structure in crafting the pseudo-core. The essence of the Saint Ascension Decipher lay in gathering one's Zhenqi in the form of threads and putting them together in a unique structure in order to construct an origin core. To make an analogy, cultivating a normal origin core would be like building a house by stacking rocks together. It was easier and more convenient to build a house in such a manner, but it would be unstable and unaesthetic. What the Saint Ascension Decipher did was give a blueprint to the house so as to elevate the quality of the ultimate product. In the Saint Ascension Decipher, 7 strands of Zhenqi put together was termed a knot. Using the prior analogy, these knots could be considered the bricks of the house. Once one was capable of building stable knots, one would be able to start accumulating them and begin building the structure. The theory was simple, but the difficulty lay in condensing one's Zhenqi into thin threads and constructing a structure with them without it dissipating. Not only must one possess a strong soul, one's control over Zhenqi must also reach an astounding level in order to succeed. Indeed, you should start reading now. As long as you can succeed within 3 days, I will impart my experiences and insights regarding the Saint Ascension Decipher to you. With those, at least the blind man I was back then, fumbling to search for a road, you should be able to avoid many detours, and that should save you many years. Mu Shi's puppet said, "Reading? There is no need for that now. Are the 7 strands of condensed Zhenqi you speak of something like this?" Zhang Xian raised his finger, and with a light tap, a strand of Zhenqi appeared in the air. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly saw Mu Shi's puppet staring at him with eyes widened in astonishment, seemingly on the verge of fainting. With a quivering voice, Mu Shi's puppet asked, "Why you are drawing Zhenqi out of your body directly, and even maintaining fine control over it at that? What is there to be shocked about? I was already able to do this shortly after I started cultivating. It really isn't a big deal." Seeing the other party making a huge fuss out of the matter like a countryside bumpkin who hadn't seen the world, Zhang Xian shook his head. To think that he was the founder of the Master Teacher Academy at that. Did he really need to be so surprised over something as elementary as this? Drawing Jinqi out of one's body, it was not like that was anything difficult to do. Back when he had just started cultivating, he had already injected his Jinqi into the bodies of others to clear their meridian blockages. Manipulating them into fine threads, he could already do so when he was still at Fighter Ream. If he couldn't do so as a Chrysalis Realm cultivator, he really should just knock his head against a wall and die. Noticing the other party's disdainful gaze, Mu Shi's puppet nearly spurted blood. It was not difficult to draw Jinqi out of one's body, but to prevent it from dissipating and even control it finely to form thin threads, that was the difficult part. In order to achieve that, one would have to meet two fundamental prerequisites. Firstly, one's Jinqi must be extremely pure, at least reaching superior quality. Secondly, one's soul must be powerful enough to draw soul energy out of one's body. Otherwise, it was impossible for one to control one's Jinqi remotely. It could be said that the young man's control over Jinqi had reached an unbelievable level. Even he wasn't capable of such a feat when he first reached Saint Realm back then. Just as he was shocked beyond words, he saw the young man before him continuing to tap his finger in the air. Hoo. The second strand of Jinqi, third strand. Before long, 7 strands of Jinqi were already floating in the air, wriggling about like tiny snakes as they were manipulated to overlap with one another. Mu Shi's puppet spoke hoarsely. He is actually able to control 7 strands of Jinqi simultaneously? Condensing one's Jinqi into strands and controlling it remotely out of the body. This was a feat that even most Saint Realm experts were incapable of. Yet, not only did this fellow succeed, he was even doing it with 7 strands simultaneously. This was way too much. Are you sure that you are only at Chrysalis Realm primary stage? Could it be that you are a Saint Realm pinnacle expert, or some disciple of Kong Shi, who suddenly decided to challenge my mountain of records on a whim to mess with me? Soon, the 7 strands of Jinqi were put together perfectly to form a sesame-sized Jinqi ball in the air. It twirled gently, not dissipating in the least. After this was done, Zhang Xian raised his head and said, "What you mean is that as long as I create and gather such little balls in the Dantian, I should be able to form a pseudo-core?" Yes. Exhaling deeply, Mu Shi suppressed his shock and nodded. The Saint Ascension Decipher was the condensation of Jinqi into threads before putting them together to form those little balls. By gathering many of such little balls, one would eventually be able to form one's origin core. An origin core formed in such a manner was much more stable and powerful than a normal one, just that the effort to achieve it was far too great. If that wasn't the case, Mu Shi wouldn't have spent several hundred years to succeed either. Isn't it quite simple? I don't think anyone would need 3 days for that. Zhang Xian had thought that his comprehension of the technique was wrong, but in the end, it turned out that it was really that simple. Disappointed, he shook his head. If someone needed 3 days in order to create this, were they even qualified to be considered a genius? He might as well knock himself out with a blob of tofu. Embarrassed by how easily the other party had achieved it, Mu Shi's puppet replied with an awkward smile. Perhaps you have cultivated some technique to condense your Jinqi, which granted you particular aptitude in this. It had intended to use that as a test to assess the other party's capability, but who knew that the other party would clear it so easily? It felt like a fool for even proposing it in the first place. In its years roaming the world and serving as the principal of the Master Teacher Academy, it had met countless geniuses. But the young man before it was a true monster. Perhaps, Zhang Xian replied nonchalantly. He hadn't cultivated any technique to specially condense his Jinqi, but his Heaven's Path Jinqi did possess a purity far above that of superior Jinqi, which allowed him to easily accomplish what others would struggle to do. On top of that, he was also a soul oracle, so the strength of his soul and his control over his soul energy were extraordinary as well. Since that's the case, let's not waste any more time then. For the time being, let me see how many deciphers you can build. Mu Shi's puppet said. Since the other party was able to do it to such an extent, there was no point assessing his talent anymore. It would be far more efficient to push him to his limit and see how far he could go. As for the deciphers, That was actually the central and most important phase of the cultivation of the Saint Ascension decipher. 7 Jinchi strands together were known as a knot, 7 knots together were known as a bundle, and 7 bundles together were known as a decipher. In other words, one had to condense and put 343 strands of Jinchi together without any error in order to form a decipher. Back then, when he was still at Chrysalis Realm, he managed to form 6 deciphers before nearly losing control of it. Left with no choice, he could only make the breakthrough to half saint. For those who possessed subpar talent and a weak soul, it was possible that they might be unable to cultivate even a single decipher. The other party did possess exquisite control over his Jinchi, but as one who had once cultivated the Saint Ascension decipher himself, Mu Shi knew the difficulties involved. The more Jinchi strands that came into play, the more dangerous it was, and the more likely one could lose control of it. This was similar to stacking cards up. Stacking 1 or 2 of them was simple, but the higher it grew, the more dangerous it would be. The slightest error could make the entire structure collapse. As long as a cultivator was willing to spend some time to refine their Jinchi, cultivating a knot was possible for most. Cultivating a bundle would be far more troublesome than that, and cultivating a decipher would be impossible if one didn't possess fine control over their Jinchi and great patience. As talented as the other party was, he was still too young. Furthermore, his cultivation was only at Chrysalis Realm primary stage. In Mu Shi's view, it would be great if the other party could form even one. How many deciphers I can build? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before nodding. Let me give it a try. Honestly speaking, he also had no idea how many deciphers he could make until he tried it out for himself. Raising both of his arms, he thrusted his 10 fingers out. Tzzzz. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of strands of Jinchi spilled forth from the tip of his fingers, wriggling excitedly like little dragons. He simultaneously condensed so many strands of Jinchi. Mu Shi's puppet was still wondering how long it would take for the man before him to successfully cultivate a decipher when it saw such a sight, and it nearly fainted on the spot. To easily condense several hundred surges of Jinchi into strands simultaneously, just how powerful was his soul? Putting aside now, it wasn't even close to achieving this back when it was at his peak. But the shock wasn't over yet. Not too long later, the young man moved his fingers slightly, and the 100 strands of Jinchi began entangling together to form a sphere of Jinchi around the size of a grain of rice. At which, the young man turned to it and asked doubtfully, "This is a decipher, right?" Chapter 9:14. Reconstructing the cultivation technique. Mu Shi's puppet hurried forward to take a closer look. The other party's Jinchi sphere wasn't big, but it carried a slight glow with the hues of a myriad colors, reminiscent of a rainbow, leaving one's gaze fixated on it. More than 300 strands of Jinchi were intertwined with one another, layer after layer, in a unique structure. It was so perfect that it couldn't find the slightest mistake to criticize. Back then, it had taken it nearly 100 years of study, diligence, and experimentation in order to refine the precise distance that each strand should have from one another before it had succeeded in forming the first decipher. On the other hand, it had only been 10 minutes since the other party had picked up the book, and he hadn't even flipped open the pages at all. Yet, somehow, he was already able to create a decipher far more perfect and beautiful than his. Just how? At this moment, Mu Shi's puppet couldn't help but feel that the 100 years it had spent on studying the Saint Ascension decipher had gone to waste. While it was still reeling in shock, the young man opposite to it continued flicking his fingers, and a massive wall of Jinchi strands abruptly appeared before it, concealing its sight. A slight buzzing sound echoed in the room, and before long, dozens of Jinchi spheres were already floating before its eyes. Hong Long. The next moment, the young man abruptly clasped his hands together, and a deafening explosion sounded. The dozens of Jinchi spheres gathered together to form one around the size of a longan. This works too? Mu Shi's puppet gulped as it felt as if it was going to go insane. The energy contained within each decipher was great enough to be considered a miniature bomb. As such, it was imperative to be extremely careful when putting them together, or else the slightest touch could result in devastating consequences. Back then, it had spent 5 years just to put 2 deciphers together, paying careful heed to the distance and strength, fearing that it would make a mistake. On the other hand, this young man had actually just clasped his hands, and the dozens of decipher had melded together with nary a problem. Just how deep of an understanding and control of Zhenqi must the young man before him possess to be able to achieve this? Watching how easily the young man achieved feats that had taken it great effort and time, it couldn't help but think that it had cultivated a fake Saint Ascension decipher. After forming the Longan-sized Zhenqi sphere, Zhang Xian asked with a frown, "Is this how it works? It doesn't seem really difficult. How did you spend several centuries on it?" It was such a simple method of condensing and arranging Zhenqi, yet the founder of the Master Teacher Academy had actually spent a few hundred years on it? Was this for real? Wasn't his talent way too bad? Cough, cough. This isn't important. With twitching lips, Mu Shi's puppet hurriedly shook its head. The talent and capability that it had taken pride in and others had admired it for felt like they weren't even worth a mention before this young man. This experience had left it so traumatized that it could still brag about his talents and capability before others, but before this young man, it felt like they weren't even worth a mention at all. It felt such a strong feeling of defeat that it couldn't find the courage to speak anymore. Examining the dozens of decipher the young man had created, regardless of whether it was the strength, distance, or stability, they were all beyond his. Even if it had attempted this at its peak, it would still have been unable to do it any better than the other party. It could be said that the other party's understanding of Saint Ascension decipher had already surpassed it. In that moment, however, a voice suddenly disrupted its thoughts. Something is wrong. This Saint Ascension decipher might seem to be very steady, but there are still many flaws in it. It is still a long way off from being considered the most stable structure, the young muttered with a deep frown. It was true that the current Saint Ascension decipher could make the pseudo-core and temporal core that one cultivated more stable and stronger, but through the library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian still noticed many mistakes that could possibly result in one's undoing. The Saint Ascension decipher was an incredible technique, but it was still a far way off from becoming a Heaven's Path cultivation technique. If only I could find some cultivation techniques to perfect it. Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. Accustomed to the Heaven's Path techniques, he really couldn't bring himself to cultivate a technique riddled with flaws. This was similar to how a person used to eating delicacies and donning fine clothes would find it hard to swallow dry bread and rough fabric. It seems like I should search for some chrysalis realm, half-saint, and nascent saint cultivation technique manuals in the Academy's cultivation compendium. Zhang Xian thought as he rubbed his glabella in distress. He was the principal who had been granted the greatest degree of authority in the Master Teacher Academy's history. Regardless of which facility he wished to access, there was no one who could stop him. Perhaps he might be able to perfect the Saint Ascension decipher through the books in the Academy. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Mu Shi's puppet shook his head. I know that there are flaws in this cultivation technique, but it is already the crystallization of the wisdom of countless predecessors. Even 9-star master teachers dared not claim that the cultivation technique they had created was impeccable. The Saint Ascension decipher had been further refined by countless experts over the years, and while there were still many flaws with it, it was practically impossible that anyone would be able to see through it and exploit it against them. Even if there was a person who could, they would have to be at least an 8-star master teacher, and against such an opponent, defeat was guaranteed regardless of whether the flaw existed or not. Indeed. Naturally, Zhang Xian also understood the logic behind it. Shaking his head, he was just about to change the subject when Mu Shi's puppet suddenly continued speaking. Not everyone is a Kong Shi. If only we could find the cultivation technique manual he left behind back then, we would be spared a great deal of effort. The cultivation technique manual Kong Shi left behind? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Back when he was at the Saint Ascension platform, he had encountered a sliver of Kong Shi's soul, and the latter had given him his personal handwriting, saying that there was a cultivation technique contained inside, and that he might be able to comprehend it if he were to study it carefully. Zhang Xian hadn't paid much heed to it, but the words of Mu Shi's puppet suddenly sparked some thoughts in his mind. Could it be the cultivation technique that Kong Shi was referring to was the Saint Ascension decipher? The Saint Ascension platform was the ground where Kong Shi had ascended to sainthood, So the cultivation technique he had left behind there should be related to that. If he could obtain Kong Shi's cultivation technique and merge it together with the Saint Ascension decipher he had in hand, he might just be able to form a Heaven's Path cultivation technique. Otherwise, he should still be able to make up for most flaws contained in the current Saint Ascension decipher. As long as the number of flaws dropped to an acceptable range, he would be able to pinch his nose and tolerate it. With such thoughts in mind, he flicked his wrist and took out a scroll. Flipping it open, what he saw left his lips twitching uncontrollably. He had forgotten that the writing had been devoured by Vicious. That fellow had consumed parts of the writing on 2 occasions, leaving only a third of it behind. Even if there was a cultivation technique contained inside, it was probably already incomplete at this point in time. What the heck was this? If he had known earlier, he never would have allowed Vicious to do that. Just as Zhang Xian was boiling with frustration, he suddenly heard the quivering voice of Mu Shi's puppet. That item in your hand, could it be Kong Shi's personal handwriting? Thinking that there was no need to hide it, Zhang Xian nodded. That's right. Can you allow me to take a look? Mu Shi's puppet asked anxiously. Of course. Zhang Xian threw the scroll over casually. Be careful. Seeing how casually the young man treated Kong Shi's personal handwriting, Mu Shi's puppet nearly died of a heart attack. With a frightfully pale face, it hurriedly caught the scroll and held it gently. There was no master teacher who didn't carry an inherent trust and respect for Kong Shi. If one was so lucky as to obtain Kong Shi's personal handwriting, they would surely treasure it dearly, unwilling to allow the slightest dirt or scratch appear on it. Yet, this fellow threw it about as if it was nothing much. It was hard to tell whether he had that strong a heart, or he just simply didn't care for it. Opening the scroll gently, the eyelids of Mu Shi's puppet twitched. Why does it seem like there is a huge chunk of words missing in the scroll? Oh, it was already like that when I obtained it. Perhaps it has been left for too long. Zhang Xian replied without his face turning red in the least. Left for too long? Hearing that insincere response, Mu Shi's puppet was rendered speechless. Nevertheless, since the other party was unwilling to speak, it chose not to ask on. Soon, it finished examining the scroll, and with a look of agitation, it asked, Is this the insight Kong Shi left on the Saint Ascension platform? It had been to the Saint Ascension platform on multiple occasions back when it was younger, and it could recite the entire insight word for word fluently. There were a few words here, and they're different from the ones he remembered seeing on the cliff face, but otherwise, it was identical. In response to the question from Mu Shi's puppet, Zhang Xian nodded. The insight written personally by Kong Shi. If I had found this back then, I would surely have been able to gain a deeper understanding of Saint Ascension decipher. Studying the remaining words on the scroll carefully, Mu Shi's puppet couldn't help but feel as if its horizons were being stretched. It could remember the content word for word, but when paired with Kong Shi's handwriting, the feeling it gave was completely different, seemingly guiding its understanding of it. If it were to work based on its comprehension from the insight on this scroll, it might just be able to come up with a cultivation technique far superior to the current Saint Ascension decipher. Compile. While Mu Shi's puppet was busy admiring in Kong Shi's scroll, Zhang Xian's consciousness was immersed in the library of Heaven's Path, compiling Kong Shi's insight and the Saint Ascension decipher together. A short moment later, a brand new book emerged. Flipping it open, Zhang Xian took a look, and before long, he shook his head. The insight that Kong Shi had left behind consisted only of the insights he had when attempting a breakthrough to Saint Realm. It wasn't a real cultivation technique. As such, the resulting product from compiling it with the Saint Ascension decipher was only a pile of incomprehensible gibberish. Zhang Xian had only decided to give it a try in the hope that he might just be lucky, but of course, perfecting the Saint Ascension decipher was indeed not that easy. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian was just about to give up when a thought suddenly struck him. Even if I can't compile a perfect version, I can always work on it bit by bit. As long as I study the insights Kong Shi had when he made his breakthrough and match them to the corresponding content in the Saint Ascension decipher to refine it, I should be able to improve it significantly. There was no cultivation technique contained within the insight, but the process and sensations that Kong Shi experienced were clearly detailed in it. Through it, Zhang Xian would be able to deduce the Jinqi circulation pathways, thus reverse engineering the cultivation technique Kong Shi intended to pass down. Typically speaking, a certain sensation could be triggered by hundreds or even thousands of Jinqi circulation pathways, making it nigh impossible to reverse engineer the process. However, Zhang Xian was different. Possessing the library of Heaven's Path, he could easily determine whether his deduction was right or not. By putting together the correct pathways, he would be able to derive the complete Jinqi circulation pathway. I should give it a try. Diving into it without any hesitation, Zhang Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and began deconstructing Kong Shi's insight. Chapter 9:15. Time to study. Zhang Xian had thought that it would be easy and that he could complete the reverse engineering very quickly. However, who knew that by the time he opened his eyes once more, an entire day would have already passed? Getting to his feet to stretch his back, Zhang Xian massaged his glabella. Even with a strong constitution like his, he still couldn't help but feel like someone had smashed a brick into his head after an entire day of heavy thinking. However, it was fortunate that hard work never lied. After an entire day of effort, he had successfully deduced a new version of Saint Ascension Decipher. It sure is a pity. If Vicious hadn't consumed 2/3 of the writing, I might have been able to create a flawless technique. In the process of deconstructing Kong Shi's insight, he realized that the intent contained within Kong Shi's calligraphy was the key to reverse engineering the cultivation technique. However, the Library of Heaven's Path had only replicated the content, so Zhang Xian only had 1/3 of it to work with. With 2/3 of the intent missing, it was inevitable that the Saint Ascension Decipher that he eventually deduced would be flawed. There are still 3 flaws. It is similar to the quintuple incandescence golden body. I will require certain artifacts to serve as catalysts in order to achieve a breakthrough to half-saint, nascent saint, and saint realm. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Xian shook his head. Even though it would be troublesome to gather those artifacts, the current version he had deduced was at a completely different level from the Saint Ascension Decipher Mu Shi's puppet had given him. Mu Shi's puppet walked up to Zhang Xian and asked, "What's wrong? Did you have a stroke of inspiration?" Yesterday, shortly after it received Kong Shi's writing, the other party had suddenly sat down and fallen into deep thought. Perhaps, the other party had also noticed that the scroll contained the key to refining the Saint Ascension Decipher further. "I did manage to comprehend something," Zhang Xian replied with a smile. Stroking its beard, Mu Shi's puppet said, with eyes gleaming in excitement, "Not bad. After studying the scroll, I also managed to comprehend something as well. Why don't we exchange our comprehensions? Perhaps, we might be able to refine the Saint Ascension Decipher further." Sensing the confidence in the other party's words, Zhang Xian couldn't help but ask, "Oh? May I know what Mu Shi comprehended?" "I feel that using 7 Jinqi strands to form a knot is wrong. However, I have yet to deduce how many strands are required in order to perfect it." Soon, Mu Shi's puppet swiftly revealed the comprehensions it had. On the other hand, hearing the other party's comprehension, Zhang Xian couldn't help but shake his head. He had thought that the other party's comprehensions could possibly give him the inspiration to correct the 3 remaining flaws in the technique, but it seemed like he was putting his expectations too high. The other party's understanding of the technique was still at a superficial level, a far way off from matching his freshly deduced Saint Ascension Decipher. "What about you? What did you comprehend? Why don't you share it with me so that we can analyze it together? You might be more talented than me, but in terms of intelligence, I am confident that I won't lose to anyone." Mu Shi's puppet chuckled confidently. Against the top-notch geniuses of the Master Teacher Academy, its talent was indeed unspectacular. There were a handful of principals who were more talented than it, such as Principal Emoliusion. However, in terms of intelligence, he was definitely ranked among the top. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to compile the experiences of those before him and refine the Saint Ascension Decipher, cultivating his origin core to advanced 2nd grade. One must know that very few master teachers had managed to achieve this feat. As such, he had the utmost confidence in this field. Within the span of a day, he didn't think that the other party would be able to fare much better than him. Not knowing how he should speak of the matter, Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before grabbing a brush and an empty book and swiftly writing down a simplified version of the newly deduced Saint Ascension decipher, which anyone could cultivate, and passed it over. This is what I have comprehended over the past day. You can take a look at it. This is what you comprehended? Lowering its gaze to take a look, the body of Mu Shi's puppet suddenly began trembling uncontrollably, and it nearly fell to the ground. It had thought that it had managed to comprehend a lot within a single day, but compared to the other party, its feat was not even a drop in the ocean. It was as if two rivaling authors had started on their work simultaneously, and while one had just confirmed the name of the protagonist, the other had already finished the entire book. This was the overwhelming frustration that it felt at that very moment. It was barely at the starting point, but the other party had already deduced the most correct cultivation technique. The difference was so great that it felt as if it was about to suffer a mental breakdown. How could the world be so unfair as to allow for there to be such great difference between two people? Thinking back about what it had just shared with the other party, it felt so embarrassed that it felt tempted to drill a hole in the ground and hide itself for eternity to come. Zhang Shi is indeed a man of great talent. I am impressed. After learning about the difference between them, Mu Shi's puppet decided to put down his attitude as the founder of the Master Teacher Academy. Seeing that he had unintentionally dealt a heavy blow to the other party, Zhang Xian offered his consolation. There is no need to worry. As long as you work hard, you will surely improve. Yes. The mouth of Mu Shi's puppet twitched. It had always been the one to say those words to others so as to encourage its juniors. Who could have thought that it would hear those words directed toward it at such an age? But nevertheless, it was indeed true that its intelligence was far beneath the other party. As the saying goes, the proficient becomes the teacher. The other party wasn't really getting ahead of himself to say such words to it. Shaking its head, Mu Shi's puppet passed the book back. Zhang Shi, this Saint Ascension decipher is something you comprehended yourself. I can't cultivate it even if I wanted to, so you should keep it well. Existing only as a puppet now, it could no longer cultivate. As such, the Saint Ascension decipher was useless to it. It's fine. Zhang Xian waved his hand. You should keep it. Pass it to the next person who clears the 9th level. The cultivation technique he had deduced was valuable, but it was derived on the foundations of the other party's Saint Ascension decipher and the insights Kong Shi had left behind, so it couldn't be exactly called his private possession. In any case, it would serve a greater purpose here. Geniuses who cleared the mountain of records for generations to come would be able to learn the perfected version of the Saint Ascension decipher, thus bolstering the forces of mankind. As for why he chose not to just release it to the world so that everyone could cultivate the technique, it was not that he was unwilling to do so, but he shared the same worries as Kong Shi back then. The Saint Ascension decipher was an unparalleled treasure to top-notch geniuses, but to others, it would only grant them false hope before crushing it mercilessly, tearing their confidence and motivation to shreds. This was similar to how 1 billion gold coins might be a small goal to a tycoon, but to ordinary humans, such a goal would only be a source of endless frustration. Yes. After hearing Zhang Xian's decision, Mu Shi's puppet nodded as it bowed deeply. Allow me to thank you in place of the later generations of the Master Teacher Academy. To contribute the cultivation technique he had comprehended unreservedly to others, this was the deed of a true master teacher. Over the past day of interaction, it had learned that the young man was the new principal of the Master Teacher Academy, and it had been shocked for a long while. However, at this moment, it could see why the other party would be nominated to become the principal despite his young age. There was indeed something extraordinary about him. Mu Shi, there is no need to stand on ceremony. As a master teacher, it is my responsibility to impart knowledge to others and leave behind my heritage to benefit the later generations, Zhang Xian replied. Nevertheless, I feel that I should compensate Zhang Shi for your generosity. As the new principal, you should be aware of the existence of the Mausoleum of Principles, right? Mu Shi's puppet asked. Of course. Zhang Xian nodded. I took a look earlier, and a breakthrough to half-saint through your Saint Ascension decipher will require a scarlet firefly fruit, which I don't have on me unfortunately. However, I do have the lightning resonance rock required for the breakthrough to nascent saint, and it is currently stored in the Mausoleum of Principles. Mu Shi's puppet said with a kind smile. Lightning resonance rock? You have it? That's great. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up, and he nearly leaped up in excitement. He had already found the scarlet firefly fruit required for a breakthrough to half-saint, so that wasn't a problem. However, the breakthrough to nascent saint required a lightning resonance rock, an extremely rare or that was only formed after being nurtured by nature's lightning over a course of 10,000 years. The 10 indomitable kings of the Cloud Mist Ridge had gifted him many valuable ores, but there wasn't a single lightning resonance rock in it. This went to show how valuable it was. He was still deliberating how he could obtain it when Mu Shi's puppet suddenly said that it had left one in the Mausoleum of Principles. Indeed, kindness begets kindness. If he hadn't donated the cultivation technique for free, it would have surely taken him a lot of effort in order to procure the lightning resonance rock. I happened to chance upon one while I was roaming the world, but I wasn't able to find a use for it, so I just kept it with me. Mu Shi's puppet nodded, after which it flicked its wrist, and a unique token appeared in its hand. After you enter the Mausoleum of Principles, head to where my body is buried and flash this token. The treasures I have hidden there should automatically appear. Those are the items I saved up over my entire life for the geniuses of the later generations to inherit. Thank you, Mu Shi. Taking the token, Zhang Xian clasped his fist and bowed respectfully. To think of the later generations even as death approached, leaving behind his possessions and heritage for those after him to enjoy, Mu Shi was indeed a true teacher through and through. Since you have cleared the 9th level of the Mountain of Records and received the reward, you may return now. After saying everything it wanted to say, Mu Shi's puppet nodded in satisfaction before waving his hands. It was reassured, knowing that the young man before it would bring the Master Teacher Academy to even greater heights. Farewell. Nodding, Zhang Xian clasped his fist and headed down. Returning back to the 8th level, he encountered the worried schoolhead Mo and the others. After reassuring them that he was fine, he headed out of the Mountain of Records with them. When they finally arrived at the bottom, Zhang Xian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that he had headed there as soon as he became the principal. Otherwise, once he made the breakthrough to half-saint, he would be unqualified to challenge it, and he wouldn't have been able to obtain the Saint Ascension Decipher, thus missing the opportunity to advance his origin core to higher grades. Principal Zhang, where are you intending to go now? The Cultivation Compendium, Zhang Xian replied. Cultivation Compendium? The others were taken aback. I intend to read through some books and study. Zhang Xian nodded. With the Saint Ascension Decipher, he no longer needed the Heaven's Path Divine Art from Chrysalis Realm to Nascent Saint. Nevertheless, he still wanted to take a look and see if he could perfect it with the books there. If he succeeded, he would be able to make breakthroughs to higher realms even without collecting the required artifacts. I will take you over, School Head Mo said as he took the lead. The Master Teacher Academy's Cultivation Compendium was located near the Elder Hall, and it didn't take long for the both of them to arrive there. The Cultivation Compendium was very unlike the other buildings in the Master Teacher Academy. Despite its majestic scale, it had a rather old and traditional architecture. There was a soothing atmosphere around it that whisked away the anxiety within one. Knowing that Principal Zhang was just going to study, School Head Zhao and the others didn't tag along. Principal Zhang, this is the Cultivation Compendium. There is a total of 5 floors here. The bottommost floor is open to students with outstanding contribution. The second floor is open to teachers. The third floor is open to elders of the academy. The fourth floor is open only to the principal of each generation. And as for the 5th floor, other principals might be unable to enter, but you should have no problem doing so. School Head Mo smiled. Given that Zhang Xian had received supreme jurisdiction and the impeccable principal seal, there was not an inch of ground within the Master Teacher Academy that he couldn't step on. Zhang Xian nodded as he shot the huge building another gaze. After which, he pushed open the door and stepped in. After 2 months, here I finally am. Cultivation Compendium. Chapter 916. Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle. Each library in the Master Teacher Academy had its own genre. For example, the library in the beast tamer school would have books regarding beast taming, and the books in the physician school's library would be on the way of medicine. Stored in the cultivation compendium were the cultivation and battle technique manuals, as well as the history, geography, culture, and other common knowledge regarding Hongyuan Empire and its surrounding nations. Even though the books on the first floor were open for students to browse through, its collection was still extremely impressive. Millions of cultivation technique manuals, spanning from consonant spirit realm to chrysalis realm, filled the many tall shelves within the room. It had been 10,000 years since the Master Teacher Academy was established, and many outstanding master teachers had risen throughout the generations. These men had recorded their insights and experiences regarding cultivation so that later generations would be able to analyze them and perhaps surpass them. Some had even created their own techniques and spread them far and wide in the world. This had given rise to a huge assortment of books for each cultivation realm. With just a casual look, Zhang Xian could already find nearly 10,000 different ways one could cultivate the consonant spirit realm from the books. Each of them formed its own complete system and heritage. For any other student, faced with so many choices, they would have to narrow down their choices to a specific classification so as to not overload themselves with information. Otherwise, they could dull their judgment over what was right and wrong, and this could lead to their cultivation going berserk. However, Zhang Xian had no such worry. If there was one demand he had of his cultivation technique manuals, it would be quantity. The more of them there were, the better it would be for him. It took Zhang Xian around 2 hours to collect all of the consonant spirit realm cultivation technique manuals into the library of Heaven's Path. Compile. Zhang Xian willed. A new book materialized before his eyes, and he casually flipped it open. It was another consonant spirit realm Heaven's Path divine art. While the cultivation technique detailed in it did differ slightly from the other one he had compiled earlier, both cultivation techniques eventually converged into the same outcome. After which, Zhang Xian proceeded on to the Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivation technique manuals, and it also took him 2 hours to collect all of them. With those, he formed a new Cosmos Bridge Realm Heaven's Path divine art. It was much more detailed than the one he had compiled earlier, making it significantly simpler and easier to cultivate. Overall, however, both cultivation techniques were essentially the same. It seems there isn't much of a difference between Heaven's Path divine arts of the same cultivation realm, Zhang Xian noted as he continued collecting the other books. Since he wasn't in a rush, it would be good for him to collect all of the books so as to enhance his knowledge. 10 hours later, Zhang Xian had finally finished collecting all of the cultivation and battle technique manuals on the first floor. While these books hadn't raised his cultivation, they allowed him to expand his base of knowledge, granting him some understanding regarding the various schools of cultivation. With this, he was probably more knowledgeable than all of the master teachers in the academy combined. Not only so, he had also managed to form a new Heaven's Path sword art, Heaven's Path spear art, Heaven's Path saber art, and such. As long as he practiced them, he would be able to advance his weapon intent to even higher levels. However, Zhang Xian was in no hurry to cultivate. He chose to head to the second floor instead. Access to the second floor was limited to only teachers and above, and the battle techniques and cultivation techniques stored on the second floor were significantly more profound than those on the first floor. There were also a few half-saint cultivation technique manuals on some of the shelves too. After collecting the books, Zhang Xian proceeded up. The third floor was restricted to only the elders of the Master Teacher Academy. There were nascent saint and saint realm cultivation technique manuals on the shelves, but the overall quantity of books was much less than the first and second floor. After collecting those books and compiling a Heaven's Path technique out of them, Zhang Xian had finally successfully compiled the Heaven's Path divine art from chrysalis realm to nascent saint. In other words, he could advance his cultivation from chrysalis realm primary stage to saint realm primary stage within 6 hours, as long as he wished to. Chuckling in satisfaction, Zhang Xian immersed his consciousness into the library of Heaven's Path, took the half-saint Heaven's Path divine art, and flipped it open. A moment later, a frown was etched on his face. There was no mistake with the cultivation technique, and if he were to cultivate according to it, he would be able to advance through half-saint, nascent saint, and reach saint realm easily. However, if he were to do so, he would only be able to cultivate a third-grade origin core, and even the weakest primary second-grade origin core of the Saint Ascension decipher was immensely stronger than that. Initially, he had still been a little perplexed about why there was such a huge disparity between the Saint Ascension decipher and the other chrysalis realm, half-saint, and nascent Saint Heaven's Path divine arts when such a situation hadn't occurred for the previous realms. However, after a moment of pondering, an answer surfaced in his mind. Within the cultivation technique manuals in the library, there was not a single one regarding the cultivation of a higher-grade origin core. No matter how many normal cultivation technique manuals he gathered, the eventual cultivation technique manual he compiled would only be normal. A fitting analogy would be, no matter how many straw hut construction manuals one studied, one would still be unable to build a royal palace. Even if the contents of both covered the same grounds, advancing one's cultivation to a higher realm, they were still essentially two completely different paths leading to different destinations. Even though the cultivation of the Saint Ascension decipher is much more difficult, there is a chance that I will be able to cultivate a first-grade origin core and become a celestial saint. If I were to cultivate these normal cultivation techniques instead, I would stand no chance at all, Zhang Xian thought. Cultivating the Saint Ascension decipher would require artifacts and more spirit stones, so it would be a difficult path to venture into. However, if he were to succeed, he would gain immense power incomparable to if he had chosen otherwise. Since he could only cultivate his origin core once, it was natural he would have to aim for the best. Having made up his mind, Zhang Xian didn't rush into cultivating, but instead headed up to the next floor. The fourth floor was an area restricted to only the incumbent principal of the Master Teacher Academy. There were no cultivation or battle technique manuals there, but there were books containing the insights of the preceding principals, as well as information concerning the deepest secrets of the academy. Collecting these books into the Library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian headed up to the final floor. The fifth floor consisted of mainly items left behind by founder Mu Kai. Zhang Xian took a quick look around the room, and it seemed like the Saint Ascension decipher manual wasn't among the items. Nevertheless, there were still many valuable cultivation technique manuals in there. Most of the cultivation technique manuals were regarding Saint Realm 1 Dan, but there was still a very small handful of them regarding Saint Realm 2 Dan, or even 3 Dan. There were also a couple of them regarding soul and physical body cultivation. It didn't take too long for Zhang Xian to collect everything into the Library of Heaven's Path. All right, I should start cultivating. After everything was compiled, Zhang Xian noticed that he had more than a dozen Heaven's Path cultivation techniques and battle techniques in the Library of Heaven's Path. Taking in a deep breath, he searched for a slightly more spacious location in the room and sat down. Since he had already prepared his chrysalis realm cultivation technique and the scarlet firefly fruit required for him to make a breakthrough to half-saint, it was about time for him to raise his cultivation. Taking out a couple of formation flags from his storage ring, he swiftly set up a grade 6 spirit gathering formation in the area before taking out a couple of high-tier spirit stones and placing them in the area. Hong Long. As the spirit gathering formation came to life, spiritual energy was swiftly drawn out from the high-tier spirit stones to form a thick layer of mist in the area. Even without cultivating, the spiritual energy would automatically seep through his skin, nourishing his body. Zhang Xian sat down on the floor before opening all of his pores to start absorbing the spiritual energy in the air at a frenzied pace. The spiritual energy contained within high-tier spirit stones was significantly purer and more condensed than the energy contained within the earth vein spirit essence, thus making it ideal for him to use in advancing his cultivation. Closing his eyes, Zhang Xian began driving his zhenqi according to the circulation pathway of the Saint Ascension decipher, gathering surge after surge of zhenqi in his dantian and condensing them into strands. The revised Saint Ascension decipher was completely different from before. In the previous version, 7 strands of zhenqi formed a knot, 7 knots formed a bundle, and 7 bundles formed a decipher. However, in the revised version, 9 strands of zhenqi formed a knot, 9 knots formed a bundle, and 9 bundles formed a decipher. Based on his deductions, the form that was most aligned with nature and the heavens was in sets of 9. Gugugug. Spiritual energy swiftly gushed into Zhang Xian's body, and he quickly converted it into zhenqi before condensing it and gathering it into knots, bundles, and deciphers. As a technique to cultivate a higher-grade origin core, the The Saint Ascension Decipher was far more complex than a normal Heaven's Path divine art, and thus, it was significantly more difficult and laborious to cultivate. If Zhang Xian had chosen to cultivate the normal Heaven's Path divine art, he should have been able to raise his cultivation by a realm within 2 hours at most. On the other hand, cultivating the Saint Ascension Decipher, despite having cultivated for 2 hours, he still hadn't even advanced a single stage. It was at this moment that he finally understood why Mu Shi had ended up spending several hundred years just to cultivate a second-grade advanced origin core. While the Saint Ascension Decipher had the mystical effect of raising the grade of one's origin core, granting one strength far beyond their peers, its demand was simply so huge that it was nearly an endless abyss. Putting everything aside, even with Zhang Xian's cultivation speed and the aid of a grade 6 spirit gathering formation, it would still take him at least an entire day before he could reach Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle. For what should have taken 2 hours to stretch out to an entire day from this, the enhanced difficulty in the cultivation of the Saint Ascension Decipher was apparent. In any case, Zhang Xian was in no rush anyway. If a day was what it took, so be it. According to the notes Mu Shi had left behind on the Saint Ascension Decipher, it had taken him more than 200 years to come to this point. Seated motionlessly on the ground, Zhang Xian patiently drove his zhenqi, and his cultivation gradually rose. Chrysalis Realm Primary Stage. Chrysalis Realm Intermediate Stage. Chrysalis Realm Advanced Stage. A day later, Zhang Xian finally reached Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle. In his current state, he was only a step away from making a breakthrough to half-saint. My strength has grown tremendously. Halting his cultivation, Zhang Xian took an inward look at his physical state, and he couldn't help but remark in awe. For an ordinary Chrysalis Realm cultivator, the rise in strength at each cultivation stage was 3 million ding. However, having cultivated the Saint Ascension Decipher, Zhang Xian's rise in strength per stage was 6 million ding. Ordinary Chrysalis Realm, Primary Stage 25 million ding, Intermediate Stage 28 million ding, Advanced Stage 31 million ding, Pinnacle 34 million ding. The strength derived from his zhenqi cultivation had been 29 million ding initially, but after reaching Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle, it had increased by 18 million ding to 47 million ding. If the 20 million ding and 32 million ding from his soul cultivation and physical body cultivation were taken into account as well, his strength would be 99 million ding, just a bit short of matching the 100 million ding strength that Saint Realm cultivators wielded. In other words, in terms of strength, he was nearly on par with Saint Realm experts. Scary. For a Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle cultivator to be comparable to a Saint Realm cultivator in terms of pure strength, would anyone in the Master-Teacher continent believe his words if he were to tell them about this? But while Zhang Xian did wield strength comparable to a Saint Realm cultivator, he would still be in a disadvantageous position in a fight against a real Saint Realm cultivator. The superior strength of saints wasn't derived merely from the boost in their strength, but their enhanced comprehension of the laws of the world as well. For one, Saint Realm cultivators were capable of dealing long-range attacks with minimal dissipation in might. On the other hand, if Zhang Xian wanted to utilize the strength of his physical body and soul cultivation as well, he needed to be in close quarters with his opponent. Without those two to augment his attacks, his might would only be at 47 million ding, comparable to only a half-saint advanced stage cultivator. Nevertheless, his current fighting prowess was still extremely frightening. Even Principal Emoliozhen wouldn't have been a match for him at all. After relishing in his newfound power, Zhang Xian couldn't help but look at the dust remnants on the ground with a bitter smile. My fighting prowess did grow by a lot, but the consumption of high-tier spirit stones is truly. The Saint Ascension Decipher could indeed further reinforce the foundation of his cultivation and enhance the richness of his zhenqi, granting him superior might. However, this came at a heavy price. For one, just the consumption of high-tier spirit stones was sufficient to leave him frenzied. He had received a few hundred high-tier spirit stones from Wu Su and Lu Cheng back then, and adding in the ones he had procured from the Golden Bear Tiger Beast's storage ring and the congratulatory gifts from the Cloud Mist Ridge for his inauguration ceremony, he had possessed a total of around 800 spirit stones, making him richer than any of the 10 great master teachers in the academy. Yet, just to advance from Chrysalis Realm Primary Stage to Pinnacle, he had consumed 500 of them. That was more than half of his wealth. He could almost see a life of poverty waiting right ahead of him. Chapter 9:17. Another breakthrough, half-saint reached. Zhang Xian sighed deeply before muttering beneath his breath. Forget it, I will just have to find a way to deal with it when the time comes. For the time being, it is more important for me to raise my cultivation. He was only a step away from reaching half-saint, and he happened to have the scarlet firefly fruit required for his breakthrough as well. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hesitate. Conditioning his state back to its peak, he took a deep breath before reluctantly tossing his remaining 300 high-tier spirit stones into the spirit-gathering formation. Hoo. As soon as the high-tier spirit stones came into contact with the formation, the concentration of spiritual energy in the area swiftly rose to the point that it felt almost tangible. Following which, Zhang Xian took out a scarlet firefly fruit and swallowed it. Back in the valley, he had procured a total of 10 of them. Hu Yaoyao and the others had taken 4 of them, and having achieved a breakthrough each, they had not required any more. Thus, the remaining 6 had gone into his storage ring. As soon as the scarlet firefly fruit entered his mouth, it melted into an immense surge of energy which gushed through his body. In just a short moment, he could vaguely feel an impetus, driving him to a breakthrough. However, the impetus wasn't very strong. Zhang Xian knew that with the current momentum he had, there was a high chance that he would fail in his breakthrough. Thus, he took out another scarlet firefly fruit and consumed it. It took a total of 4 fruits before Zhang Xian was finally satisfied. Feeling the immense power coursing through his meridians, he took a deep breath and absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy into his body. Hong Long. A crisp echo sounded in the room, as if the shackles that had been trapping Zhang Xian's body had been broken. At the same time, it also seemed as if a door leading to a new world had opened before his eyes. All of his pores opened simultaneously, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy furiously into him, driving the evolution of his body and soul toward that of a higher being. Half-saint. Reached. At half-saint, one was still a considerable distance away from achieving sainthood, but nevertheless, one would no longer be considered to be on the same level of existence as a transcendent mortal. Be it one's physical body or soul, they had both undergone a qualitative evolution to become far stronger and more resilient than before, thus lengthening one's lifespan significantly as well. The limit of an average transcendent mortal's lifespan was 200, whereas a half-saint could easily live to 500. That was more than a 2-fold increase in one's lifespan. Other than that, Zhang Xian's strength had also increased significantly. From the initial 47 million ding, it had risen by 13 million ding to 60 million ding. Just in terms of the strength he could draw from his Zhanqi cultivation, he was already on par with a nascent saint primary stage cultivator. Paired with his physical body and soul cultivation, he would be able to easily kill any Saint Realm 1-dan expert at close range. Other than the rise in his strength, his reaction speed and reflexes had also grown immensely. If he were to face Mu Shi's puppet once again in battle, he would surely be able to defeat the other party easily. It is great that my fighting prowess has grown so much, but I am back to my broke days once more. Zhang Xian lamented. The items he had received in the inauguration ceremony a few days ago had left him greatly excited, and he had thought that he could finally be considered a tycoon. As such, he had haughtily turned down the gifts from many, thinking that he should uphold his standing. Yet, a single round of cultivation had undone everything. This darn cultivation, it sure was like an endless abyss, dragging him back to square one each time he thought he had struck it rich. He knew that the cultivating the Saint Ascension decipher would surely require a lot of Zhenqi, and the fact that he cultivated the Heaven's Path Divine Art only served to nudge the requirement even higher. A couple of high-tier spirit stones could easily help others raise their cultivation up several stages, but to him, it was as if throwing pebbles into a pond, raising just a momentary ripple and nothing else. Going by even my most conservative estimates, advancing to Saint Realm will cost me at least 5,000 high-tier spirit stones, Zhang Xian thought with twitching lips. He had been thinking of advancing straight to Saint Realm in a single breath after the inauguration ceremony, but that was clearly impossible now. advancing from Chrysalis Realm Primary Stage to Half-Saint Primary Stage, despite using the energy contained within 4 Scarlet Firefly fruits, had still depleted 800 high-tier Spirit Stones. The numbers would only rise for his breakthrough to Nascent Saint and eventually Saint Realm. At this rate, 5,000 would be a truly positive estimate. But the problem was that even if he were to overturn the entire Master Teacher Academy, he would still be unable to gather that many high-tier Spirit Stones. Rubbing his glabella, Zhang Xian thought in frustration, "It seems like I will have to head out and find a way to earn some money." Really, what was with this? When others cultivated, what they would be frustrated by was their bottleneck. But instead of worrying over that, his problem had always been being poor. Was this what they meant when they said that being poor limits one's imagination? If it really comes down to it, I will just have to sell the congratulatory gifts from the Cloud Mist Ridge. That should tide me over for a while. The gifts his tamed beasts from the Cloud Mist Ridge had given him were indeed very valuable, and if he were to sell them, he would be able to earn 2,000 to 3,000 high-tier Spirit Stones easily. However, there were simply too few people in Hongyuan City who could afford to buy anything from him. Not even the royal family had that much money. If he couldn't find ample Spirit Stones, he wouldn't be able to advance his cultivation despite possessing the complete Saint Ascension Decipher. I almost forgot. Are the Pavilion Masters from the Master Teacher Pavilion of the surrounding empires still around? Perhaps I might be able to sell my goods to them. Back when School Head Mo was briefing him about the inauguration ceremony, he had also done a brief introduction on the 4 nearby Tier 1 empires, Hongqi, Yuanjiang, Baitua, and Qiyao. The national strengths of these 4 empires were comparable to Hongyuan Empire, perhaps exceeding it even. If he could sell his goods to them, he should be able to earn quite a number of high-tier Spirit Stones to tide him over. Zhang Xian stroked his lower jaw contemplatively before rising to his feet and heading out of the cultivation compendium. I think this is a plausible idea. However, for the time being, I should first get the Lightning Resonance Stone in the Mausoleum of Principles. The Lightning Resonance Stone was the artifact he required as a catalyst for his breakthrough from Half-Saint to Nascent Saint. Already at Half-Saint, as long as he could gather sufficient high-tier Spirit Stones, it wouldn't be too long before he needed it to make a breakthrough. Thus, it would be best for him to take it and keep it on him. After leaving the cultivation compendium, Zhang Xian went to look for School Head Mo, and just as he was about to speak, the latter suddenly looked at him excitedly and said, "Principal Zhang, congratulations." Bewildered, Zhang Xian shot the other party a questioning gaze. "Weren't you trying to purchase the blood essence of a Saint Realm Myriad Anthive Queen earlier? I sent in the application to the Beast Hall headquarters a while ago, and they approved the request. Just this morning, the Saint Realm Myriad Anthive Queen's blood essence arrived at our Master Teacher Academy." School Head Mo said excitedly. "Oh yes, your 7-star Beast Tamer emblem also arrived together with it." After which, School Head Mo quickly passed over a jade bottle and an emblem. Zhang Xian took those 2 items from School Head Mo's hands and studied the jade bottle with a perplexed expression before turning his gaze back to the latter. He asked, "Didn't you say that the Myriad Anthive Queen's blood essence would be expensive? Why would?" The cultivation of his Myriad Anthive Queen was currently too low, rendering it incapable of continuing the expansion the Myriad Anthive nest unless its cultivation was raised one way or another. Thus, a few days earlier, Zhang Xian had paid School Head Mo a visit to inquire about the purchase of a Saint Realm Myriad Anthive Queen's blood essence. However, the answer he had received was that it would cost at least several thousand high-tier Spirit Stones. Until now, Zhang Xian had yet to gather so many high-tier Spirit Stones, so why would the headquarters deliver the blood essence all of a sudden? It is indeed expensive, but Principal Zhang, you tamed all of the spirit beasts and saint beasts on the Cloud Mist Ridge, and that is a huge contribution. Thus, the Beast Tamer Hall headquarters decided to gift this bottle of Myriad Anthive Queen's blood essence to you directly as a reward. School Head Mo explained with a smile. On top of that, they have also expressed their interest in inviting you to the Qingyuan Empire Beast Hall to impart your technique for taming spirit beasts swiftly. Not expecting for there to be such a benefit from taming the beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge, Zhang Xian nodded in delight. "I see. Help me relay my thanks to the headquarters of the Beast Hall. I will definitely head there if I have an opportunity to do so in the future. As he uncorked the jade bottle, the scent of the blood essence within immediately permeated the air. Within the bottle, he could feel an immense energy being harnessed within the fluid. After a quick glance, Zhang Xian couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Isn't this the blood essence of a Saint Realm 4 Dan Myriad Ant-Hive Queen? When he made the request, he had expected the blood essence to be from a Saint Realm 1 Dan or 2 Dan Myriad Ant-Hive Queen. Never in his dreams had he thought that it would be from a Saint Realm 4 Dan Myriad Ant-Hive Queen. It was already incredibly difficult to find a single one of the elusive Myriad Ant-Hive Queens. Needless to say, a Saint Realm 4 Dan one. This was an unimaginably valuable commodity that was nearly impossible to find on the market. Yet, the other party had actually given so much of it at once. If he really had to pay for it, there was no way he would have been able to afford it. With this, the strength of the Myriad Ant-Hive Queen would soar, and it wouldn't be long before it achieved a breakthrough to Saint Realm. Flicking his wrist, Zhang Xian placed the jade bottle into the Myriad Ant-Hive nest for the Myriad Ant-Hive Queen to consume before turning his gaze to the 7-star Beast Tamer emblem. The design was identical to that of the 4-star emblem he had, just that the 4 stars had been replaced with 7 stars instead. However, one thing noteworthy was that the material of the emblem had changed. It felt a little heavier and solemn, seemingly reflecting the noble standing of the one who possessed it. Even though he was a 7-star demonic tunist as well, ultimately, demonic tunist was only considered a lower 9 paths occupation. It could hardly compare with the prestigious upper 9 paths occupations. Even if Zhang Xian didn't have his identity as the principal of the Master Teacher Academy, just by this 7-star Beast Tamer emblem in itself, there was no one who would dare underestimate or disrespect him, regardless of where he went. Thank you, School Head Mo. Knowing that the other party must have done quite a bit of work to apply for this emblem for him, Zhang Xian clasped his fist in gratitude. There is no need for that. School Head Mo shook his head with a smile before gazing at Zhang Xian intently. Speaking of which, when do you intend to take the 6-star Master Teacher examination? I will have to make preparations in advance. You should start making preparations then. I intend to take it as soon as possible. But before that, I would like to make a trip to the Mausoleum of Principles, Zhang Xian said. Mausoleum of Principles? School Head Mo was surprised for a moment before shaking his head. I'm afraid that you might not have the authority to enter it at the moment. Why? Zhang Xian frowned, perplexed by School Head Mo's words. He had obtained the supreme jurisdiction and impeccable principal seal. Was there anywhere in the Master Teacher Academy that he was still restricted from entering? Fearing that Zhang Xian would misunderstand, School Head Mo swiftly explained the matter. You are indeed able to go anywhere you wish in the Master Teacher Academy, having received everyone's approval in the inauguration ceremony. But, to enter the Mausoleum of Principles, you will have to sever a portion of your soul and leave it on the mausoleum tablet. In other words, you have to leave a will behind as well. The severing of the soul inflicts considerable damage to one's soul. So why don't you challenge the 6-star Master Teacher examination first? Meanwhile, using your contribution, I can help you apply for an artifact for severing your soul from the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. This way, the damage to your soul will be minimized. Taming the spirit beasts and saint beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge was as huge a contribution to the Master Teacher Pavilion as it was to the Beast Hall. Through the contribution, Zhang Xian could easily apply for a powerful artifact to aid in the matter. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian nodded. Given that the preceding principals of the Master Teacher Academy had appeared in the inauguration ceremony, it would mean that they had also severed their souls and left behind their will when they were alive. Having severed his soul once in the past, he knew that it was a process that was highly damaging, even for soul oracles, who specialized in souls. It would take a long period of recuperation before one could recover from the trauma. However, Zhang Xian had the soul of the blue-horned dragon beast in his possession, which he could use to quicken the recovery of his soul. However, if he were to do so, he would risk exposing his identity as a soul oracle, which could pose to be a great trouble. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian nodded. I see. I will take the 6-star master teacher examination first then. It was one thing if he was just a normal master teacher, but as the new principal of the Hongyuan master teacher, his identity as a soul oracle could not be revealed by any means. In any case, it was not like anyone else could get to the lightning resonance stone before him, so taking the 6-star master teacher examination first wasn't a problem. All right. School head Imo nodded. At that moment, an elder suddenly rushed into the room, and upon seeing the both of them, he clasped his fist and reported, Principal Zhang, Emperor Yu Shunqing wishes to meet you. He has been waiting outside for some time now. Chapter 9:18. Bodhi Seed, Yu Shunqing? Zhang Xian frowned. Why was the other party looking for him? School head Imo pondered for a moment before explaining with a smile. Principal Zhang, after you rejected his gift, he has been coming over whenever he's had time these past few days, requesting to meet you. No matter how we tried, we weren't able to stop him. My guess is that he probably fears that he has gotten on your bad side unwittingly. Principal Zhang had caused a huge ruckus during the inauguration ceremony, be it the congratulations from the thousands of beasts, the public lecture that had made him a half-teacher to almost everyone in the academy, or winning the recognition of every single person at the inauguration ceremony. Just from these feats, it was apparent to anyone who had been at the inauguration ceremony that Principal Zhang would become an extremely powerful person in the future. As such, many powers had sent valuable gifts in the hope of winning his favor. Yu Shunqing had also done the same as well, but who would have thought that the other party would turn down his goodwill? He couldn't help but recall how he had chased the other party out during his daughter's birthday, and shivers ran down his spine. With such a history, there was no way Yu Shunqing could remain idle. Let's go and take a look. Understanding the logic behind this matter, Zhang Xian nodded and made his way over. The reason he didn't accept the other party's gift was because he didn't feel that it was right to be taking advantage of the other party. After all, despite what he had done for the other party, he had taken a peek at the other party's soul cultivation techniques and made use of their Bodhi Saint tree, so he considered the both of them equal. But if his act had left the other party misunderstanding his intention, that would truly be horrible. Soon, they arrived at the reception hall where the principal usually hosted his guests, and saw Yu Shunqing seated with an anxious expression. Accompanying Yu Shunqing were 3 middle-aged men, and 2 of them, for some reason, dared not sit down and were standing at the back with pale faces. Zhang Xian didn't recognize the 2 middle-aged men standing behind, but the person sitting next to Yu Shunqing was a familiar face. It was the man who had gifted him his manor, King Huai. Your Majesty, King Huai. Even though it was out of consideration of his ties with Yuan Tao, it was a fact that the other party had done him a huge favor while he was still in a humble position, so he had quite a favorable impression of the other party. Paying respects to Principal Zhang, the 4 of them got their feet and clasped their fists. The 4 of them represented the pinnacle of authority within Hongyuan Empire, but nevertheless, their standing was still beneath that of the principal of the Master Teacher Academy. There is no need to stand on ceremony. Zhang Xian waved his hand before making his way over to the main seat. After which, he turned to King Huai and asked, Your Highness, I should have paid you a visit long ago to thank you for your generous gift. For you to have come here instead, I am truly embarrassed. Principal Zhang, there is no need for that. King Huai hurriedly bowed politely. When I first met you, I already knew that you are a capable person who is bound for great things. But nevertheless, I didn't expect you to become the principal of the Master Teacher Academy so quickly, King Huai remarked meaningfully. When he first met Zhang Shi, he hadn't thought much of the other party. It was only due to the latter's relationship to Yuan Tao, a member of a sage clan, that he thought of striking up a close relationship with the latter. But who could have known that, in a short span of less than 2 months, a seemingly insignificant consonant spirit realm figure who had no backing or connections in Hongyuan City would rise to become the most powerful person in the Master Teacher Academy? It was truly inconceivable that things would develop in such a manner. Your Highness, you are too polite, Zhang Xian replied with a smile. If you don't mind, why don't you show me a move or two? Show you a move or two? King Huai was stunned for a moment before ecstasy crept across his face. To be saying such words, it could only mean that the other party was intending to offer him some pointers. while the other party's cultivation was currently still beneath him. Considering how the other party could even enlighten donkeys and roosters through his lecture, his teaching was surely something that no ordinary 6-star master teachers could compare to. If he could receive the pointers of a person like that, he would surely be spared from many years of fumbling around. "It will be my pleasure," King Huai replied excitedly. He quickly walked over the center of the reception hall and began executing a battle technique. As soon as he made his move, his cultivation became apparent. Just like School Hedemo and the others, he was at Saint Realm One Dan Pinnacle as well. It didn't take too long for him to finish executing his battle technique. He swiftly returned back to his position, standing upright as if a student before his teacher. A moment later, he heard the impassive voice of the young man ahead of him. "Your Highness, your mastery of the fleeting water fist art is indeed impressive. However, have you been suffering from poor blood circulation recently and occasional bouts of weakness?" "This? How do you know?" King Huai was astonished, and his body stiffened slightly. He had indeed been suffering from poor blood circulation recently, and his zhenqi hadn't been flowing as smoothly as before. However, he had made sure to conceal the news well, not telling anyone at all. As such, even Yu Shanqing was oblivious to his ailment. After all, given the prestigious position he was in, there were many who desired to take his place. If it was made known that his physical condition wasn't in the best of states, it might just stoke some of the more ambitious individuals into action, thus bringing unnecessary trouble to him. Yet, for the other party to notice the issue from a single battle technique, just how formidable was his eye of discernment? On the other hand, instead of replying, Zhang Xian continued speaking with a smile. "If I am not mistaken, it is caused by an injury you suffered in the past, right?" The reason King Huai was able to hold such an esteemed position was due to the many contributions he had achieved for the country on the battlefield when he was younger. However, in the midst of doing so, there were several occasions when he sustained severe injuries that threatened to claim his life. The trauma was probably left from back then. "That's right," King Huai replied with a nod. "I have a gourd of fine wine here. Drink it and circulate your zhenqi according to the cultivation technique I am about to impart to you. Then your trauma will be resolved. Work hard, and you might just be able to achieve a breakthrough in your cultivation." Chuckling softly, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and handed a gourd over to King Huai. After which, he took out a piece of paper and a brush and swiftly wrote down a cultivation technique. Even though his cultivation was only at half-saint primary stage, he had read through all of the books within the Master Teacher Academy's cultivation compendium, which had granted him a deep understanding of the Saint 1 Dan and Saint 2 Dan realms. As such, it was a walk in the park for him to come up with a cultivation technique aligned with the other party's constitution. "Thank you, Principal Zhang," King Huai said before taking a look at the cultivation technique he had just received. With just a look, his eyes narrowed, and his body began trembling non-stop. Given his eye of discernment, he could easily tell that this cultivation technique was far more advanced than the royal family's cultivation technique, which he was currently practicing. On top of that, it was aligned with his constitution. If he were to cultivate it seriously, not only would he be able to resolve his trauma, there was a very high chance that he could overcome his current bottleneck and reach higher realms. He had only given the other party a manner, but in exchange, he had received a cultivation technique that he could pass on to his offspring and descendants. He had truly struck it rich. This, Yu Shanqing and the other two glanced at one another and shook their heads. They didn't know what was written in the cultivation technique, but for the usually composed King Huai to get so agitated, that could only mean that it was extraordinary. If only they'd also had the foresight to get close to Zhang Shi before he became the principal. To do so now, it was already too late. "There is no need to stand on ceremony," Zhang Xian replied with a smile. It was just a normal cultivation technique, not a simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art. It wasn't anything much at all. This served as his compensation to the other party for gifting him the manor, so they could be considered equal now. After dealing with King Huai's matter, Zhang Xian turned his gaze to Yu Shanqing and asked, "Your Majesty, may I know the reason behind your visit?" Yu Shanqing hurriedly got to his feet and replied, "Principal Zhang, there are 2 reasons behind my arrival." "Oh, you are the benefactor of our Yu clan. Not only did you impart my daughter a set of soul cultivation techniques, you even treated the Bodhi Saint tree. I am truly grateful to you. It would be truly unbecoming of me if I didn't repay the favor. Yu Shunqing hurriedly spoke up. The other party's refusal of his gift had left him jittery, so he had decided to pay the other party a visit to hand it over personally. You are too polite, Zhang Xian replied courteously. I know that Principal Zhang is not a person who is interested in material gains. This is the only Bodhi seed that the Bodhi Saint tree has borne over all these years. I hope that you can accept this gift. Yu Shunqing flicked his wrist and presented a jade box. He opened the box, revealing a round seed within. Bodhi seed? Zhang Xian frowned questioningly. What was this thing used for? Despite the many books that Zhang Xian had read, there didn't seem to be anything regarding Bodhi seeds. As long as you plant and nurture it well, it will grow into another Bodhi Saint tree. Cultivating under the tree can help to calm one's mind, thus enhancing one's rate of cultivation while decreasing the chances of one's cultivation going berserk. On top of that, it has mystical effects for those who cultivate the soul, Yu Shunqing quickly explained. It can be used to grow a Bodhi Saint tree? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He was rather interested in the Bodhi Saint tree after seeing its prowess in nourishing Wei Ruyan's soul quickly. If he could obtain one and cultivate his soul within it, his soul cultivation would surely rise swiftly as well. Yu Shunqing nodded as he passed it over. Since Principal Zhang was able to create such a formidable set of soul cultivation techniques, you must have a deep understanding of souls as well. I believe that this should be useful to you, so please do accept it. Zhang Xian took the box and nodded. Thank you for your gift. He would have probably turned it down if it was anything else, but it just so happened that he had a use for the Bodhi seed. He could plant it within the myriad ant hive nest and bring it around with him so that his soul could cultivate in it whenever he had the time to do so. On the other hand, seeing Zhang Xian accept his gift, Yu Shunqing heaved a long sigh of relief. After which, he gestured to the two middle-aged men behind him and said, As for the second matter, I will leave it to you two to speak about. The two middle-aged men hurriedly stepped forward and clasped their fists. The incumbent head of Hongyuan City's Shen clan, Shun Wanning, pays respect to Principal Zhang. The incumbent head of Hongyuan City's Lu clan, Lu Ziyan, pays respect to Principal Zhang. Shen clan? Lu clan? Zhang Xian had heard of the four great clans of Hongyuan City, but he had never had any interactions with them. Why would these two clan heads abruptly pay him a visit? Yes, my unfilial son must have been blind to have offended Principal Zhang, so I have come as the representative of the entire Shun clan to apologize for his deeds. My son, Lu Quan, was brazen to have crossed you, so I have come here to seek your forgiveness. I will leave that unfilial son of mine for you to deal with. The two clan heads raised their hands, and two young men were pressed forward. They were Shun Jun and Lu Quan, whom Zhang Xian had met back at Yu Feier's birthday banquet. At that moment, neither of them possessed the dashing appearance they had during the birthday banquet. Their faces were pummeled to the point that they had swollen up like a pig's face. Had it not been for the two clan heads introducing themselves, he would have never made the connection between the two. There was only one word that could describe the current state they were in: miserable. This? Zhang Xian blinked his eyes in confusion. Even though he had gotten into a verbal disagreement with Shun Jun back at Yu Feier's birthday banquet, there wasn't any significant conflict between them. There was no need to have gone that far. These two fellows actually dared to cause Principal Zhang trouble. It's our lack of discipline that has resulted in this situation, so we wish to compensate you for this matter. We ask of you to accept it. Raising his hand, Shun Wanting proffered a storage ring with an earnest attitude. This? Zhang Xian was at a loss. Did these two fellows cause him trouble? Why didn't he have any recollection of the matter? Did he suffer an amnesia at some point? Noting Principal Zhang's silence, Lu Ziyan continued pleading anxiously. Principal Zhang, I hope that you can accept our goodwill. Otherwise, I fear that our clans will dare not remain in Hongyuan City. Zhang Xian became even more bewildered. Just what was happening? On the other hand, seeing the earnest confusion on Principal Zhang's face, Yu Shunqing and King Huai glanced at one another and admiration filled their minds. Two men had tried to cause him trouble by sending men to pummel him, but he actually didn't remember the matter at all. As expected of the principal, such trivial matters wouldn't even faze him in the slightest. Incredible. Chapter 919. Shunjun burst into tears, returning back to the time right after the end of the inauguration ceremony. After watching such a thrilling inauguration ceremony, Shun Wanting and Lu Ziyan were filled with agitation and awe. This was especially so for Shun Wanting. As the man who wielded absolute power over the largest clan in Hongyuan City, he had a clear idea of the significance of the commotion that had occurred today. To become the master of every single beast of the Cloud Mist Ridge, and to be recognized by every single master teacher in the Master Teacher Academy. The authority the other party wielded could be said to be unmatched in Hongyuan City. Even Emperor Yu Shanqing couldn't even come close to measuring up to the power the other party wielded. If the Shin clan could get on good terms with the other party, it would surely rise through the ranks and prosper for many generations to come. Thus, he was intending to rush back to the clan to discuss with the other elders and come up with a plan to forging a close relationship with Principal Zhang. But at that very moment, his prided son was suddenly brought to him on a stretcher, severely wounded. What happened? Shin Wanting's face darkened in fury. As the head of the four great clans, the Shin clan wielded immense power in Hongyuan City. For his son, the young successor to the clan, to be pummeled like that in broad daylight, the culprit sure was brazen. Did the name of the Shin clan mean nothing to him? Father, you must redress my grievance. Upon seeing Shun Wanting, Shun Jun howled in agony with tears and snot flowing down his face. Regardless of who the culprit is, to dare provoke our Shin clan, I will make sure that he pays for his action dearly, even if he is a noble or a relative of the royal family. With eyes narrowed in rage, Shun Wanting made his declaration majestically with unquestionable authority. As the head of the number one clan in Hongyuan City, he did have the right to say such words. The culprit is an obscure master teacher of the Master Teacher Academy. That despicable bastard colluded with his comrades to lure me and Lu Quan into a trap, surrounding us and pummeling us viciously. Shin Jun clenched his jaw. He knew that there were many people involved in the attack, but as his head was covered in a gunny sack throughout the entire incident, he wasn't clear how many had participated. Of the entire attack, he only recalled endless blows raining down upon him before fainting. And when he came to once more, he was already in his current state. An obscure master teacher, surrounding you and pummeling you viciously? Shin Wanting's eyebrows shot up. He must be tired of living to be so brazen as to provoke our Shin clan. The Shin clan was a behemoth with influence across almost every single trade in Hongyuan City. In fact, even the Master Teacher Pavilion had 7 6-star Master Teachers who were allied with them. There were also a couple of clan members who were 6-star Master Teachers as well. As such, if the enemy was just an ordinary Master Teacher, the Shin clan would still be able to deal with the other party easily. Regardless of whether it was the Master Teacher Pavilion or the Master Teacher Academy, they would still at least give this small privilege to the Shin clan. What rank is he? Even though Shin Jun had said that the other party was an obscure master teacher, Shin Wanting still felt that it was better to be safe. For star, Shin Jun hurriedly replied. A mere 4-star master teacher, with his father making a move personally, it would only take moments before that despicable bastard was destroyed. A fellow of that level actually dared bully you? Shun Wanting narrowed his eyes in rage as he flung his sleeves furiously. What is his name? I will send our men to apprehend him this instant. The name of that despicable bastard is Zhang Xian. Shin Jun replied with his fists clenched in excitement. With this, that fellow was a goner. However, after hearing that name, Shun Wanting seemed to have frozen on the spot, and his face paled. Noticing the bizarre silence lingering in the room, as well as the peculiar state his father was in, Shin Jun couldn't help but ask, Father, what is wrong? But before he could finish his words, Shun Wanting's feet suddenly flew right toward his chest as he bellowed furiously, To hell with you. If you want to die, go ahead. Don't drag the Shin clan down with you. Pong. Not expecting that his father would suddenly make a move on him, Shin Jun was unprepared for the kick and was sent crashing right into the wall. Huge spurts of blood gushed out of his mouth, and he nearly died on the spot. The situation was baffling to him. "Father, I am the one who was pummeled. It is one thing if you aren't willing to get even with the other party for my sake, but to be chastising me and even kicking me because of the matter. Furthermore, to hell with me? I am your son." Clenching his jaws, Shinjun said indignantly, "Father, if you don't intend to help me, I can settle the matter myself. As the eldest son of the Shin clan, I still have the ability to deal with a 4-star master teacher easily." No matter what, he was a person who had greatly contributed to Hongyuan Empire, a meritorious subject of the royal court. It was already a blessing for someone of his standing not to bully others, but to think that someone would dare bully him instead. If he was really pushed to a corner, he could even pull his connections within the military to get the job done. After all, given his backing, there were plenty who would be eager to fawn over him. All it took to teach a 4-star master teacher a lesson was just a word from him. "You aren't going to give up? Do you really want me to chop off your hands?" Hearing the words of his unfilial son, Shun Wanting nearly spurted blood. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Men, bind this fellow up and pummel him. I will punish anyone who dares hold back on him." Hearing the command, the subordinates in the room glanced at one another, bewildered by the abrupt command. However, they dared not defy a direct command from the clan head. They hurried forward to Tai Shinjun now, but they didn't make a move immediately. Instead, they turned to Shun wanting to seek his confirmation on the matter. Seeing that his father was serious about this matter, Shunjun uttered in disbelief, "Why? You are asking me why? Do you know who the new principal of the Master Teacher Academy is?" Shun Wanting roared as his hands trembled in overwhelming rage. "Principal? I was pummeled shortly after entering the academy, so I didn't attend the inauguration ceremony," Shinjun said awkwardly. Even though his father had taken him to the inauguration ceremony so as to broaden his horizons, he had been beaten up before the ceremony began, so he had no choice but to have his subordinates carry him back to the clan. As such, he had no idea what had happened at the inauguration ceremony, and he didn't have the slightest clue who the new principal was either. "The new principal is the 4-star master teacher you spoke of, Zhang Xian." Shun Wanting howled furiously before turning to the subordinates and gesturing majestically. "After pummeling him, carry this unfilial son to the Master Teacher Academy to apologize." "Wait, no, he will follow me to the royal palace later on. I have to meet Emperor Shun Yuqing first." Given the atrocious crime his unfilial son had committed, he probably would not even be granted entry if he just went over to apologize. Thus, he could only ask Shin Yuqing for a favor. A similar scene also played out in the Liu clan. The bewildered Liu Quan was viciously lashed by his father, and more importantly, the latter even prohibited him from applying medicine to his wounds. As such, many of his open wounds ended up being infected, causing him great agony. At the same time, his state also became so horrifying that no one was willing to allow their gaze to linger on his body more than an instant. If Liu Quan and Shen Jun were still indignant at how their fathers had treated him a moment earlier, after seeing Zhang Xian naturally take the main seat in the room, drive King Huai into tears of gratefulness with just a few words, and Emperor Yu Shenqing begging him to accept the Bodhi seed. With their wits, how could they possibly still remain oblivious to the standing of the young man before them? The heavily wounded Shinjun lowered his head and pleaded, "I will take responsibility for my own actions. I was the one who was insolent to Principal Zhang, so I beseech you to not implicate our Shen clan in this matter. I was the one who gathered those men. This has nothing to do with the Liu clan at all. My father was completely oblivious to my actions," Liu Quan quickly added. After hearing those words, Zhang Xian finally got a rough idea as to what had happened, and he couldn't help but shake his head. "To march into the Master Teacher Academy, declaring that you wish to teach me a lesson publicly, aren't you just asking for trouble? Even if you weren't aware that I am the principal, the strength and scale of the Xianxian faction was there for all to see. You should be counting your blessings that you weren't mobbed to death." Even though Shinjun and Liu Quan had meant him harm, they had already gotten what they deserved. In any case, he wasn't injured in the matter either. As such, Zhang Xian was intending to turn down the compensation, but a thought that suddenly flashed across his mind prompted him to accept the storage ring from Shan Wanting. He was no longer an ordinary student anymore, but the principal of the Master Teacher Academy. If he didn't deal with someone who had attempted to provoke him promptly, that could potentially undermine the authority of the Master Teacher Academy. Furthermore, that would also be driving the two clans into a corner. Putting everything aside, just considering his current influence and standing, if others were to know that the Shun clan and Lu clan had once offended him, who would still dare do business with them? Everyone would avoid them like the plague. That was how society worked. One's actions must be aligned with one's standing, or else there would only be chaos. After taking the storage ring, Zhang Xian swiftly looked over the contents within and saw innumerable treasures. Just looking at the high-tier spirit stones by themselves, there were already more than 500 of them. These two clans sure are generous. Zhang Xian was astounded. This wasn't a small number of high-tier spirit stones. Even the Hongyuan royal family would have to tighten their budget significantly for the next few decades if they were to take out such a sum from their treasury. The fact that the two clans were able to fork out such a sum easily reflected the extent of their strong foundations. The Shun clan has businesses all over Hongyuan Empire, and they trade frequently with Qingyuan conferred empire as well. Over the years, they have accumulated great wealth, and in terms of liquid assets, perhaps even our royal family can't compete with them. Noticing Zhang Xian's astonishment, Shun Yuqing discreetly sent a message through Zhenqi telepathy to him. They are even wealthier than the royal family? Zhang Xian was truly shocked this time around. It was no wonder Xinjun could afford to take out 2 high-tier spirit stones, each for him and Luo Qiqi, to serve as welcome gifts. One must know that this was something that Xing Yuan and Yu Feier could not afford to do. So, it turned out that he was from a truly wealthy clan. That explained everything. Since they specialize in running businesses, and they have connections with Qingyuan Empire, perhaps I can use their help. Recalling his previous intentions, Zhang Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Currently, he was severely lacking high-tier spirit stones. While he had obtained a huge pile of resources from the beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge, he didn't have the connections and means to sell them. However, if he could tap into the connections of the Shen clan, it shouldn't be too difficult to sell his items. In any case, it would be far easier than fumbling his way around it alone. I will be accepting your items then. Zhang Xian nodded and put away the storage ring before turning his gaze back to Shan Wanting once more. Clan Head Shen and Clan Head Lu, I happen to have something that I may require your help on. Shen Wanting and Lu Zion's eyes lit up, and they quickly clasped their fists and replied, Principal Zhang, feel free to speak. As long as it is something within the means of our Shun clan and Lu clan, we will surely accomplish it. Their only fear was that Zhang Xian would have nothing to ask of them. Only when the other party had a request to ask of them would they be able to forge a strong relationship with him. I believe you should have seen the situation at the inauguration ceremony back then. The beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge have gifted me quite some stuff, but I don't really need most of it. Since the both of your clans have vast business connections, are you interested in selling my items for me? Zhang Xian revealed his motive. We are more than willing to. Upon hearing the request, Shun Wanting and Lu Zion couldn't help but burst into delight. Considering that huge profits were involved in this dealing, the fact that the other party was willing to leave this matter to them meant that he was willing to cast aside their differences and trust them. That is good. Zhang Xian nodded as he passed a storage ring over. The items that the beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge had gifted him were in it. Even though these items were valuable, they weren't of much use to him. It would be much better for him to trade them for high-tier spirit stones to cultivate instead. In any case, the two clans had their foundations rooted in Hongyuan Empire, so they wouldn't dare play any tricks with the Master Teacher Academy looming over them. These items are highly sought after regardless of whether it is within Hongyuan Empire or the other empires. Principal Zhang, rest assured, we will surely sell all of it for you within 2 months. Shen Wanting said confidently. Chapter 920. Returning to the myriad kingdom alliance of the numerous treasures and ores in the Cloud Mist Ridge, the most valuable one had to be the Cloud Mist Flower. It was a rare commodity that only grew in the Cloud Mist Ridge, and even the Hongyuan royal family didn't have much of it. 30 huge chests of high-grade Cloud Mist flowers. Without any doubt, the profits that one could derive from selling them would be nothing short of astronomical. Truthfully, Gaining the rights to sell these items in place of Principal Zhang was highly beneficial to the businesses of the two clans as well. Firstly, it would give an impression of a close relationship between the Shen clan and the Lu clan with the new principal, and this would further enhance their prestige. Secondly, these valuable goods could help more people learn of their name, allowing them to expand their markets further. Even if they didn't receive a single spirit stone from the sale of the items, it was still a winning deal for them. Naturally, Zhang Xian was also aware of these benefits as well. Nodding, he clasped his fist and said, "I will be counting on you then." After chatting for a while to confirm the details regarding the sales of the goods, the four of them got up and bade farewell. Shortly after the few of them left, school head Imo entered the room. "Principal Zhang, I have just finished making the arrangements. If you wish to take the 6-star Master Teacher examination, you just have to select a conferred kingdom and raise it into an empire within 10 years to successfully clear the examination." Within 10 years? Hearing those words, Zhang Xian shook his head with a smile. He wasn't intending to spend so long on the 6-star Master Teacher examination. "Regarding the conferred kingdom, I'll choose Xinyuan Conferred Kingdom," Zhang Xian said. So far, the Xinyuan Conferred Kingdom was the only one he had been to. Back then, he had eradicated the royal family ruling the country and installed Imoyu as its new empress. It had been half a year since then, and he was curious about how things were going there. This was a good opportunity to head over to take a look. "All right." School head Imo nodded. "I will send a message to the headquarters now to have them dispatch a representative to Xinyuan Kingdom." Zhang Xian nodded in response. After reading the books in the Cultivation Compendium, he had gained a thorough understanding of the empire building test. While the Master Teacher Academy had the right to invigilate 6-star Master Teacher examinations and bestow the 6-star Master Teacher emblem to those who cleared the examination, it didn't have the authority to overlook a major examination like empire building. This was also the reason school head Imo had to liaise with the headquarters to have them dispatch a representative. The representative would first assess the conferred kingdom to confirm its existing rank and determine its eligibility to be used as the grounds for the test before the examinee was sent over to begin the test. Once the examinee felt that they had met the required criteria, the headquarters would dispatch another representative to confirm the results. This served to eliminate the possibility of cheating. All in all, it should take around 10 days for the representative to arrive at Xinyuan Kingdom and inspect the area, said school head Imo after calculating for a moment. "I think it should be fine for Principal Zhang to begin heading in 10 days' time." Zhang Xian nodded. In any case, he still had many Heaven's Path techniques that he hadn't taken a look at. On top of that, there were also the libraries of many supporting occupations in the Master Teacher Academy he hadn't browsed through, so he could make good use of the 10 days to go through them. Thus, over the following few days, Zhang Xian paid a visit to the libraries of the other schools whenever he found the time to do so. Very soon, the Beast Tamer School, Celestial Designer School, Painter School, he went through all of the libraries he hadn't been to before and collected their books in the Library of Heaven's Path. When he wasn't collecting books, he would be spending his time going through and digesting the compiled books. By the 9th day, he finally managed to finish looking through all of them. His comprehension of swordsmanship, spearmanship, fist arts, movement arts, and many other battle techniques had deepened considerably. Even though his cultivation had remained stagnant within this period, his fighting prowess had been raised immensely. If he were to meet Mu Shi's puppet once more, he could easily defeat him just by utilizing a single finger. For a half-saint primary stage to defeat a Saint Realm 1 Dan primary stage so easily, it would definitely scare many out of their wits. After accomplishing all of that, on the very last day, Zhang Xian gathered Wang Ying, Zheng Yang, Lu Yang, and Wei Rian together and began lecturing them. The four of them had a very deep understanding of the fields they each specialized in, and their fighting prowess was outstanding among their peers. However, in Zhang Xian's view, they were still far too weak. He swiftly imparted the battle techniques he had just comprehended to them and instructed them to study hard during his absence. After which, he leaped onto the back of the Byzantium Helios beast and began making his way toward Xinyuan Conferred Kingdom. As he was going to be taking an examination, he didn't think that he should take his students along, especially since it would hinder their training. A light breeze blew amid the drifting white clouds. The Byzantium Helios beast was flying straight toward Xinyuan Kingdom, whereas Zhang Xian was currently standing within the myriad ant hive nest. The cultivation of the myriad ant hive queen had swiftly advanced to Saint Realm 3 Dan over just a few short days after consuming the blood essence it was given, thus becoming even stronger than the Byzantium Helios beast. With its current strength, as well as a steady supply of spirit stones and various resources going to it, the diameter of the nest had already expanded to 300 meters, giving it space similar to that of a massive stadium. As the space in the myriad ant hive nest continued to expand, Zhang Xian decided to put in the 9 saint beasts had tamed at the Cloud Mist Ridge as well. At the same time, he asked for some building materials from Yushanqing and had the 9 of them work together to construct a residence. Even though it wasn't as exquisite as the manor he had in Hongyuan City, it was still pleasing to the eye and comfortable to stay in. However, the reason Zhang Xian had entered the myriad ant hive nest wasn't to rest in the residence. Instead, he walked to the center courtyard and examined the verdant seedling that had sprouted from the ground. The Bodhi seed. Zhang Xian had planted it within the myriad ant hive nest on the day he received it, but to the current day, it had only barely begun to sprout. Let me see if I can speed up its growth. It was only a seed previously, so Zhang Xian's means wouldn't work on it. However, now that a seedling had sprouted, he could finally start working on it. Zhang Xian placed his finger on the seedling and began pumping Heaven's Pathshan into it. At the same time, he also sprinkled a few droplets of Earth Vein Spirit Essence on it intermittently. Tzzzzzzzzzz. The seedling absorbed the Spirit Essence and Zhenqi swiftly, and it began to grow at a pace visible to the eye. The combination of Earth Vein Spirit Essence and Heaven's Pathshan was not only effective on spirit herbs, but saint herbs as well. In less than an hour, it had already grown to around 3 meters tall, and its trunk had widened to around the width of a human arm, too. While it was still significantly smaller than the Bodhi Saint tree in the royal palace, Zhang Xian had no doubt that it wouldn't take long before it surpassed the latter under his infusion of spirit essence and Zhenqi. Retracting his Zhenqi, Zhang Xian took another look at his work and smiled in satisfaction. His soul had yet to reach transcendent mortal 9 Dan, but with the aid of the Bodhi tree and the blue-horn dragon beast, he might be able to achieve a breakthrough very soon. Just as Zhang Xian was about to draw his soul out to cultivate, he suddenly heard the myriad ant hive queen's voice echoing within the area. Master, the Byzantium Helios beast has suddenly stopped in midair. It seems like someone has blocked our passage. Blocked our passage? Zhang Xian frowned. He swiftly left the myriad ant hive nest to take a look. The myriad ant hive nest was a folded space, and with his current capability, he was still unable to perceive the happenings outside from within. However, as the creator of the folded space, the myriad ant hive queen was able to keep tabs on the surroundings of the nest and report any anomalies to him. Walking to window, Zhang Xian saw Luo Qiqi, Yu Feier, Hu Yaoyao, and Dong Xian outside. Zhang Shi, we hope to follow you to Xinyuan Conferred Kingdom to lend you a hand. How did you manage to catch up with me? Zhang Xian asked curiously. It had been an hour since the Byzantium Helios beast set off from Hongyuan City, and given its speed, there was no way the aerial spirit beasts that the others were riding on could catch up with him. Since that was the case, how had they gotten ahead of him? We learned that Principal Zhang is going to take the empire building test in Xinyuan Conferred Kingdom, so we decided to wait for you here so that you won't be able to chase us away. Hu Yaoyao replied with a smile. With her influence as the leader of the bewitching devil faction, it wasn't too difficult for her to dig up this piece of information, especially since Zhang Xian hadn't bothered to conceal the news. Ah, all right then. Seeing that the group before him was determined to tag along, Zhang Xian eventually nodded. As the empire building test was his 6-star examination, he wasn't supposed to engage the help of other master teachers. However, as long as it was nothing significant that would affect the whole situation, the others could still assist in miscellaneous matters. With their assistance, he should be able to clear the test faster than he had anticipated. Let's go together then. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian beckoned for the others to come over, and Luo Qiqi and the others leaped onto the back of the Byzantium Helios beast with delighted smiles. Before long, the group was on their way to Xinyuan Kingdom once more. The 4 intruders, Luo Qiqi, Yu Feier, Hu Yaoao and Dong Xian were top beauties of the Master Teacher Academy, and their presence felt as if spring had fallen within the stuffy room. As if flowers had bloomed in the area, a light fragrance drifted in the air, sending one's heart beating in excitement. However, it was a pity that Zhang Xian was a blockhead, and his eyes saw nothing but cultivation and more cultivation. All that he spoke of with those ladies was regarding only cultivation as well. This left them extremely frustrated and helpless. But while the interactions were boring, Zhang Xian's knowledge and means were indeed far beyond them. Within just 3 short days of flight, all of them had managed to achieve a breakthrough. This was especially so for Luo Qiqi and Yu Feier. The rate at which they had advanced their cultivation was indeed astonishing, having reached Chrysalis Realm primary stage. Zhang Xian had focused his effort more on Hu Yaoyao, so the latter had made substantial improvements too. Even though she was still at half-saint primary stage, her comprehension of cultivation and battle techniques had deepened significantly, enhancing her fighting prowess by at least twofold. With her current strength, it was doubtful whether Shui Zhenyang, Long Cangyue, and Dong Xian combined would be a match for her. In fact, Zhang Xian was confident that she could even stand her ground against the half-saint Lu Chengtu. Of course, if she wished to defeat the latter, she would still have to first fully digest what she had learned over the past few days and reinforce her cultivation further. Nevertheless, it was already unbelievable to her that she had gained such strength within just a few days. As for Dong Xian, Zhang Xian had also offered her some pointers for her cultivation. While her improvement wasn't as substantial as Hu Yaoyao's, her fighting prowess had also been raised considerably. In truth, the 4 of them had tagged along, thinking of this as a leisure trip to Xinyuan Kingdom. They hadn't expected to receive such a benefit on top of that, and they couldn't help but be excited by their new gains. While offering the others some guidance on their cultivation, Zhang Xian had also spent his spare time reinforcing his half-saint cultivation further. As his cultivation usually came with a huge commotion and was quite an eye-catching, he didn't attempt to make any breakthroughs during the journey. Instead, he spent his time studying the books regarding painting, mechanisms, and battle techniques, and unknowingly, his state of mind seemed to have undergone an evolution too. It was commonly said that painting would help to expand one's mind, bringing one enlightenment and calmness. At this very moment, Zhang Xian had already achieved a proficiency comparable to a 7-star painter. What did that mean? As long as he had sufficient zhenqi in his body, with just a brush in hand, he could produce millions of spirit beasts and soldiers that could easily devastate a conferred kingdom. That was the fearsome might that a 7-star painter wielded. Beyond 6-star, all supporting occupations, regardless of which, would be able to draw astonishing power that would be unwise for anyone to underestimate. Half a month later, standing by the windows, Luo Qiqi took a glance beneath and said, "The Myriad Kingdom Alliance is right ahead. Zhang Shi, do you want to take a look?" Myriad Kingdom Alliance? Zhang Xian smiled. Sure, let's descend to take a look. It had been 4 months since he had departed from the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Since he was passing by, he should naturally head down to take a look. After all, it was through the Master Teacher tournament held here that he had gained the qualification to enter the Master Teacher Academy and become the esteemed person he was today. Chapter 921. Zhang Xian's valiant stature. Hearing the command, the Byzantium Helios beast began descending to the ground, and before long, the group was already standing outside the square in front of the Alliance head residence. In that very square, he had clashed with geniuses from over 20 other empires in the Master Teacher tournament to vie for the right to enter the Master Teacher Academy. Even though it had only been a short few months since then, everything felt very nostalgic, as if it had happened a lifetime ago. Young and reckless then, he had defeated all of his opponents with overwhelming might, creating a legend in his wake. But now, he was much more composed and mature. Taking a look at the massive square before her, Luo Qiqi asked curiously, "Did teacher come from here?" In her view, her teacher was an incredibly talented person. Even among the younger generation of the sage clans, there were very few who could compete with him. It was truly hard to believe that such an outstanding figure came not from a prestigious clan, but from such a humble place. This square was large, yes, but compared to the sacred mountains and blessed lands that sage clans dominated, it was nothing at all. Putting aside everything, even the spiritual energy in the air was extremely thin. A month of cultivation at the Master Teacher Academy could easily equal several years of cultivation here. Seemingly seeing through the thoughts Luo Qiqi harbored, Zhang Xian simply replied with a silent smile. If he hadn't gained possession of the Library of Heaven's Path, he would probably have idled his life away in the humble Tianxian kingdom, too. In life, however, there were no ifs. From the moment he gained possession of the Library of Heaven's Path, his life had already changed. Leaving the Byzantium Helios beast to wait in the sky, Zhang Xian and the others began making their way through the street and toward the square. At this very moment, the square was bustling with a crowd. Many cultivators were staring intently at a massive statue erected at the center of the square with fervent gazes. What are they doing? Zhang Xian was perplexed. The square was in proximity to the Alliance head residence and the Master Teacher Pavilion, so it had always been quiet. Why would a crowd suddenly gather here all of the sudden? Was there a riot going on? Look, that's Zhang Shi. He is indeed dashing and handsome, just like how I dreamed he would be. Of course, Zhang Shi is my idol, you know. The greatest wish in my life is to achieve a 10,000th of his greatness. Huh, your idol? More like everyone's idol. There is no one in this square who doesn't respect and admire Zhang Shi. Indeed. I heard that Zhang Shi has gone to the Master Teacher Academy. Ah, how I wish for him to return and conduct a lecture for us. Hearing Zhang Shi's lecture is the dream of countless in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Well, who asked you to be absent the previous time he held a lecture? Am I talking to you? Wait, I remember that you weren't around for the lecture either, isn't that so? Before even arriving at the square, Zhang Xian could already hear the discussions of countless young men and women as they gazed toward the center of the square with eyes sparkling in admiration and fists clenched in agitation. Hearing the discussions of the crowd and noting the key phrase Master Teacher Academy, Luo Qiqi couldn't help but step forward and ask a young man, "Excuse me, may I ask, who is the Zhang Shi you spoke of? You don't even know Zhang Shi? Aren't you too behind the times?" Shocked to hear that there was actually someone who hadn't heard of Zhang Shi's name, the young man turned around to reprimand the person who had asked the question. However, the moment he saw Luo Qiqi's face, he abruptly froze, and his face flushed crimson in nervousness. "Ah, you were the one who asked the question?" Zhang Shi's name goes by a single character, Xian. He is the greatest master teacher to have walked out from our Myriad Kingdom Alliance in its entire history. Luo Qiqi's beauty was sufficient to make any man fall at her feet. To be able to speak coherently without stuttering in her presence, the young man's self-control was not bad. Xian one, as in the character synonymous with hanging? Hearing that he was actually the man the crowd was talking about, a bizarre expression surfaced on Zhang Xian's face. After receiving the other party's confirmation, he couldn't help but ask, "Zhang Xian, when did he become your idol?" It had already been several months since he had left, so any hype regarding him should have died down by now. Why would they still be talking about him? On top of that, idol? Greatest master teacher? What was going on? But as soon as Zhang Xian asked that question, a loud bellow sounded from the distance. "Audacious! How dare you address Zhang Shi's name directly and speak such disrespectful words? Where did you find the guts to do so?" Following which, a young man strutted over proudly. With an appearance of 16 or 17, the young man was dressed in extravagant clothes, and he commanded a powerful presence. With just a look, it was clear that he was a person of high standing. Due to his loud exclamation, he immediately caught the notice of the crowd, and gazes swiftly turned to him to see what was going on. Their eyes only lingered on Zhang Xian for an instant before turning to the four beautiful ladies beside him. Yu Feier, Luo Qiqi, Hu Yao Yao, and Dong Xian. They were top-notch beauties. Any man would smile even in his dreams if he could bring one of them home. For four to appear simultaneously, and with a young man beside it that, it was no wonder they would spark the curiosity of the crowd. The eighth prince is a well-known playboy. He must be trying to show off before those beautiful ladies so as to win their fancy. But that young man was also asking for it. If he hadn't done anything, the eighth prince would have had no reason to start anything either. Yet, he was actually so brazen as to call Zhang Shi by his name in public. I truly wonder where he found the guts to do so. Zhang Shi is the idol of countless youths in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. This is especially so for the eighth prince. He views Zhang Shi as a goal to strive for. Yet, that fellow actually dared to ask if the Xian character referred to the one synonymous with hanging your head. He sure doesn't know to watch his tongue. He deserves it. Who can he blame when he is the one who is seeking death? After learning what had happened, cold sneers emerged on the lips of the crowd as they watched the commotion intently. The young man was the eighth son of Alliance head Zhao Feigu's younger brother, and he was only 16 this year. Despite his young age, his reputation in Myriad Kingdom City was appalling. Lustful, domineering, arrogant, short-tempered, he had committed many atrocities in Myriad Kingdom City, disappointing his father and sister time and time again. A few months ago, however, after being reprimanded by his sister once more, he suddenly declared that he would take Zhang Shi as his role model and cultivate diligently in hopes that he would become a powerful expert like the other party. Due to his great admiration for Zhang Shi, he detested anyone speaking badly about the latter. Yet, the fellow before him actually asked if the Xian character in Zhang Shi's name was the one synonymous with hanging. This was blatant disrespect for Zhang Shi. It was no wonder he flew to a rage. On top of that, the four beauties around Zhang Xian reminded him of the playboy he used to be, and that further stoked his irritation. All of a sudden, someone amid the crowd exclaimed in astonishment, "Wait a moment, is it just me? Or does that young man look a little familiar? I also think that he looks quite familiar, like I have seen him somewhere before. But I just can't put my finger on it." As soon as someone uttered those words, a few voices of agreement echoed among the crowd, and frowns began emerging on the faces of many. Rendered speechless by the explosive outburst of the young man before him, Zhang Xian couldn't help but shake his head. Disrespectful? How was I disrespectful? Is the name Zhang Xian not meant for anyone to speak of? He had never thought that a day would come when it would be a taboo for him to even say his own name. Faced with such a situation, he didn't know whether he should laugh, cry, or rage. Of course, it is not meant for anyone to speak of. It is one thing if you had been disrespectful on a normal occasion, but do you know what day it is today? The young man's eyes narrowed in hostility. What day is it? Zhang Xian asked curiously. So, whether he was allowed to call his own name was dependent on the day too. Hearing that the young man had no idea what day it was, the young man immediately erupted in fury. Today is the day that Zhang Shi's sculpture was erected in this square. As a citizen of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, you don't even know this? Have you been living under a rock? The crowd was also perplexed by the reaction of the young man before them. Even if he didn't know what day it was, he should have noticed the crowd in the square. It was such an important occasion for the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, and yet he actually said that he was unaware of it. Was he intentionally demeaning the Alliance? Or was this his way of expressing his dissatisfaction with it? The day that Zhang Shi's sculpture was erected? Stunned, Zhang Xian immediately turned his gaze to the sculpture. He had only shot it a passing glance earlier, not thinking much of it. Taking a closer look now, he noticed that the man depicted in the sculpture was dressed in a master-teacher robe. A hand of his was placed behind his back while the other hand was holding onto a brush. His eyes were directed toward the sky, as if peering through the fabric of the world itself. He carried a powerful disposition, which left one not daring to look at him directly. Beneath him, serving as his mount, was a phoenix with its wings spread, seemingly ready to soar into the sky and venture into the depths of heaven. That's me? Zhang Xian's eyelids and mouth began twitching uncontrollably. Isn't he a bit different? The sculpture in the square had a towering stature, and the material used was also extremely rare. It was an excellent work of art no matter which aspect of it one looked at it from, clearly having come from a master sculptor. However, there were still some differences in his appearance, especially in his disposition. The sculpture felt too tall and majestic, which made it seem unlike him instead. Furthermore, a phoenix? When did he ride on such a thing? He had no recollection of taming a spirit beast or saint beast of this sort before. Of the savage beasts, spirit beasts, and saint beasts he had tamed, the only one that bore even the slightest resemblance to a phoenix would be viridescent eagle. But how in the world did his viridescent eagle transform into a phoenix? To be soaring into the heavens atop of a phoenix, was that dignified poser really him? This was truly difficult to swallow. If the other party hadn't said that it was him, he would not have thought that it was modeled after him even if he were to stare at it for an entire day. When did he become so tall and dignified? Did they sculpt it according to Kong Shi's standards? Otherwise, that compassionate look in the eyes that seemed as if it could embrace the entire world. What the hell was that? Zhang Xian wasn't the only one who was shocked by this. After seeing the sculpture, the eyelids of Luo Qiqi and the others also began jerking uncontrollably. This was even more so for Hu Yaoyao, who had experienced how formidable Zhang Shi was personally. How could that shameless schemer have such a majestic and dignified sculpture in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance? This was unbelievable. Suppressing the frustration he felt, Zhang Xian asked, "Based on what I know, the Zhang Shi you spoke of isn't dead yet, right? Why did you erect a sculpture of him all of a sudden?" Erecting a sculpture and building an ancestral shrine were things one would do only after the person in question was dead. Given that he was still alive, why were they doing this? You dare to curse Zhang Shi? As soon as the young man heard those words, his body trembled in anger. Zhang Shi's lecture has benefited millions in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, and all of us view him as our esteemed teacher. We have erected a sculpture of him so that we can pay respect to him. Do you have a problem with that? Lecture? Zhang Xian was stunned. It was at that moment that he suddenly recalled the lecture he had conducted right after the Master-Teacher tournament ended. At the very end, he even drew a phoenix and flew away on it. Was this sculpture modeled after that scene? If that was the case, that would explain the phoenix he was riding on. However, he only did it back then because he thought that it would look good and boost his reputation. Who could have known that the others would take it for real and sculpt him in such a manner? Wasn't this taking it too seriously? Zhang Xian felt deeply distressed. Was he to tell them that he wasn't as great as they thought him to be? But that would be as good as slapping his own face. However, if he chose not to say anything, he would feel ashamed for holding on to this undeserving title. Ah, what a dilemma. Chapter 922. Meeting Zhao Feiwu once more after a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian decided it would be better not to say anything. To a master teacher, on top of their ability to impart knowledge, reputation was extremely important as well. Since he had built up considerable prestige with his previous lecture, there was no reason for him to ruin it. After all, for the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, his name could serve as a symbol to unify its citizens, as well as a powerful figure to deter conflict. Naturally, it would also be beneficial for him to have such a reputation as the principal of the Master Teacher Academy, and it would aid in his 6-star Master Teacher examination as well. Seeing how the person before him was refusing to show the slightest respect to Zhang Shi's sculpture, even showing a conflicted expression as if to mock it, the young man furiously issued a command. This fellow dared disrespect Zhang Shi. I suspect that he is a spy from some foreign power. Men, apprehend him and interrogate him well. Yes. The guards following behind him swiftly rushed forward to encircle Zhang Xian and the others. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. Realizing that his explanation was unlikely to work, Zhang Xian shook his head. He walked up to the young man, fondled his head, and asked with a smile, "Where is your elder sister Zhao Feiwu? Ask her to come over to meet me." Was there something wrong with that fellow's head? Or was he simply that slow? The 8th Prince of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance had already ordered for his apprehension, but not only did the other party not show the slightest bit of fear, the other party had even walked forward to fondle his head. Not to mention, to directly call his sister by her name and order her to meet him. Unforgivable. Audacious. How dare you call the Alliance head by her name alone? Just how brazen can you get? Roaring furiously, the young man could no longer hold himself back anymore and sent a fist straight toward Zhang Xian. On the other hand, Zhang Xian didn't bother dodging at all. Instead, he pushed the other party's head lightly, and the other party's fist wasn't able to reach him at all due to the difference in arm length, thus rendering the prince powerless regardless of what he did. What are the rest of you waiting for? Get him. Seeing that his attack had been stopped in such a humiliating manner, the young man felt so enraged that he could lose his mind. He immediately issued an order to the guards furiously. It was also only after hearing the order that the guards jolted out of their dazed state. They immediately tried to rush forward to help, but to their horror, they found that they were unable to move their bodies at all, as if they had fallen into a marsh of some kind. The party behind that was Hu Yao Yao and the others, with their prowess, discreetly dealing with a bunch of guards who hadn't even reached Zhongshe realm. One was a walk in the park. Oh? Zhao Feiwu became the alliance head? Surprised, Zhang Xian asked with a chuckle as he stared at the young man who was busy flinging his fists forward but was unable to hit him. From what he remembered, Zhao Feiwu was a knowledgeable and sharp-witted lady, but due to her affliction from birth, she wasn't able to cultivate. Even though Zhang Xian had resolved her problem of being unable to cultivate before leaving, she should still be some distance away from achieving the strength required to become the highest leader of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. One must know that in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, without the strength of a transcendent mortal, it was impossible to become one of the top officials, let alone the alliance head. Let me go, or else I will definitely have you killed. The young man roared with clenched teeth, not bothering to answer Zhang Xian's question. Forget it, I won't be able to get the full story out of you anyway. I will ask her personally then. Knowing that things would only get more complicated at this rate, Zhang Xian raised his gaze toward the alliance head residence and said, Princess Feiwu, won't you come out to meet an old friend? His voice wasn't loud, but with his prowess as a half-saint, his words still easily reached the ears of every single person in Myriad Kingdom City. Zhang Shi. While others didn't think much of the voice, an excited voice sounded from within the alliance head residence, following which, Alliance Zhao Feiwu abruptly emerged from the residence on the back of an aerial spirit beast, heading toward the square. Even before the spirit beast could descend, the young lady had already leaped down to the ground. She rushed forward excitedly, wanting to give the young man before her a warm hug. However, at the final moment, she hesitated and clasped her fist instead. Feiwu pays respect to Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi. For Princess Feiwu to act so respectfully toward him, could he be that Zhang Shi, Zhang Xian? Now that you mention it, he does seem to bear some resemblance to the sculpture in the center of the square. It's not just bear some resemblance. They are the same person. How could we have failed to recognize Zhang Shi? He looks much more magnificent than his sculpture. Indeed, magnificent is the word I was thinking too. Zhao Feiwu's words and actions had caused a huge commotion in the square. Everyone turned to the young man at the center with eyes lit up in excitement. Even the 8th prince, who had just ordered for Zhang Xian's apprehension a moment ago, was completely dazed, and he looked as if he was going to lose his mind. He had always regarded the latter as his idol, but to think that not only would he fail to recognize the other party in person, he would even act so disrespectfully. The more he thought about it, the more ashamed he felt of his actions. If only there was a burrow in the ground at this very moment, he would have dived right in. Let's head to the Alliance head residence to speak. Noticing the fiery gazes around them, Zhao Feiwu knew that they weren't in a good place to speak. Thus, she beckoned Zhang Xian toward the residence. Nodding, Zhang Xian and the others leaped onto the back of the aerial spirit beast and headed toward the Alliance head residence. Shortly after they left, a deafening uproar broke out amid the square, and it felt as if even the sky would fall under the din. So that is Zhang Shi. What a gentlemanly and cultured person he is. If I could marry him, my life will have been worthwhile even if I die the moment after. Marry him, your head. Look at the ladies beside him and Alliance head Zhao Feiwu. Which of them isn't a top-notch beauty? With your appearance, you probably aren't even worthy of serving as his maid. Even if I can't become his maid, a night of pleasure is fine by me as well. Some amid the crowd had their eyes glowing in admiration while others had gone green in envy, but there was palpable excitement in the air. Zhang Xian had simply created far too many miracles. Becoming the half-teacher of millions of experts, He had brought the Myriad Kingdom alliance out of its many years of oppression from the neighboring empires. As news of his sudden appearance spread, the citizens of Myriad Kingdom City began crowding the streets, curious to see the form of the legendary genius. Oblivious to the chaos in the square, at that moment, Zhang Xian was seated in a vast hall. Sitting not too far away from him was Zhao Feiwu, who carried a faint smile on her lips. Over the past 4 months since Zhang Xian left, Zhao Feiwu had made considerable progress in her cultivation. She was still some distance away from reaching Transcendent Mortal, being still at Jizuan Realm, but to have made such great progress within a limited period of time, she must have put in quite a bit of effort. Noticing Zhang Xian's thought, Zhao Feiwu explained, "Zhang Shi, you left behind a cultivation technique manual for me before you left, and the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, Cascading Sand Sect, Frigid Gale Sect, Fleeting Cloud Sect. All of these powers have been providing me resources for my cultivation unconditionally, so it is only natural that I've made such progress within this period of time. Cascading Sand Sect, Frigid Gale Sect, Fleeting Cloud Sect, those powers provided resources for your cultivation unconditionally?" Zhang Xian was taken aback. These sects had been the culprits behind the oppression of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance for so many years, so why would they suddenly change their attitude all of a sudden, supporting her instead? That's right. They have only made a single request of our Myriad Kingdom Alliance in exchange for their unconditional support, and that is for me to become the alliance head, Zhao Feiwu explained. After hearing those words, Zhang Xian immediately realized what was going on, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Back then, before the Master-Teacher tournament, he had once appeared before those powers in Yang Shi's form and killed the leader of the White Helios sect, Bai Kaiji, with a single book. That incident had probably instilled great fear into the leaders of the other powers. On top of that, he himself had also emerged as the champion of the Master-Teacher tournament and successfully enrolled into the Master-Teacher Academy. Even if the Master-Teacher Academy was a distance away, it was inevitable that they feared he would return one day and exact vengeance on them, especially given what they had done in the past. After receiving news that he had close ties with Zhao Feiwu, they decided to fawn on the latter, probably in the hope that she could speak up for them should they fall into a dire situation. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian spoke. "Since those sects and powers are willing to forge a close relationship with the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, you should send a message to inform them that I will be staying at Xianyuan Conferred Kingdom for a period of time. During my stay there, I will be conducting public lectures, and if any of them are interested, they are free to join as well." Since these powers intended to express their goodwill to him through supporting Zhao Feiwu, he should reciprocate their goodwill. This was essential if the Myriad Kingdom Alliance hoped to enjoy peace for many years to come. Furthermore, what a conferred kingdom lacked the most was a strong foundation. As just an individual, it would be difficult for him to build a strong foundation in Xianyuan Kingdom by himself. The best way to do so was to draw more experts into the country. Their arrival would be closely followed by merchants, who would bring in a great amount of resources necessary for the common populace to advance their cultivation faster, thus enhancing the national power. All right. Knowing the intentions behind Zhang Xian's instructions, Zhao Feiwu nodded with a smile. "I will also inform everyone in the alliance. You have many fans within the alliance at the moment, so they will surely follow you if they hear that you are heading to Xianyuan Kingdom." Hearing those words, Zhang Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. By this point, he had also figured out the reason the Myriad Kingdom Alliance had decided to erect his sculpture. His very existence served as a deterrent factor against the 27 other regional powers, preventing them from doing anything overboard. So, of course, the Myriad Kingdom Alliance would try to glorify him as much as possible. After chatting a while longer and learning that the Myriad Kingdom Alliance had been faring well in recent times, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to rise and take his leave, Zhao Feiwu suddenly stared at him with deep anticipation. "Zhang Shi, is it fine if I follow you to Xianyuan Kingdom? Aren't you the alliance head at the moment? Are you allowed to leave your post?" Zhang Xian asked. "I am only the alliance head in name at the moment. The one who is handling everything within the alliance is still my father," Zhao Feiwu replied. "I see. You should follow along too then. I will offer you some pointers with your cultivation whenever I have time." Even though it's impressive that you have reached Jizuan realm within just a few months, it's still insufficient to hold your ground against the many powers in the region. I will try to raise your cultivation to Transcendent Mortal 5 Dan or 6 Dan within this period of time. Zhang Xian replied with a nod. In order to claim the highest position of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance stably, one had to possess a cultivation of at least clarifying turbidity realm. However, to become a truly unrivaled existence in the region, one would have to be at consonant spirit realm or cosmos bridge realm. In the past, Zhang Xian didn't have the power to achieve this. However, having reached half-saint and possessing many artifacts and pills in his inventory, it wasn't too difficult for him to raise Zhao Feiwu's cultivation to such a level within a short period of time. Thank you, Zhang Shi. Zhao Feiwu's eyes lit up in excitement after learning that the other party would help her raise her cultivation. She didn't have much of an interest in amassing authority and power, but the fact that the other party was willing to help her showed that she meant something to him, and this left her heart tingling in joy. On top of that, as Zhang Shi continued on his journey, the disparity in their strength would only continue to widen. At this rate, they would only become two individuals living in two different worlds, unable to reach one another. If she could grow stronger, that would mean that she would be inching even a step closer to him. Even if she couldn't catch up with him, at least the distance between them wouldn't be so great. After dealing with the affairs at the Alliance and spreading the news out, Zhao Feiwu and the others got on top of the back of the Byzantium Helios beast and began making their way over to Xinyuan Conferred Kingdom. Chapter 923. Six-Star Master Teacher. 2 months later, in the Elder Hall of the Master Teacher Academy, Mo Zhu, Zhao Bingxiu, and the other school heads were seated around a table. Shortly after Lu Feng was stripped of his position as the head of the apothecary school, Vice School Head Lu Qing had taken over his position. At the same time, Qin Shengshuan had also stepped from his position as the head of the Formation Master School, and another Vice School Head had taken over it. In other words, all 10 of the school heads were gathered together. School Head Mo, how is Principal Zhang's empire building going? Zhao Bingxiu asked. Their principal taking the 6-star Master Teacher examination was a major affair for the Master Teacher Academy. As such, School Head Mo had been appointed to keep tabs on the matter so that they could respond should anything major occur. All right, allow me brief you all on the matter. School Head Mo stood up and began. The conferred kingdom that Principal Zhang has chosen for empire building is Xinyuan Kingdom. It is a nation beneath the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, which is the vassal state of Tier 2 Huanyu Empire. Everyone nodded. To be honest, they hadn't even heard of Xinyuan Kingdom before. That was how remote and backward it was. The Master Teacher continent was simply too large, and there were far too many kingdoms and empires for one to remember. Despite the vast knowledge that Master Teachers possessed, it was impossible for them to know all of them. They had still heard of Huanyu Empire, but they would hardly hear any news about nations beyond that, such as the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, let alone Xinyuan Kingdom. To a typical 6-star Master Teacher, it could be considered as a backward, undeveloped plot of land. Principal Zhang arrived at Xinyuan Kingdom 2 months ago, but he didn't announce his arrival. Instead, he immediately headed to the local Master Teacher Pavilion. School Head Mo had kept a close eye on Zhang Xian's every single action, allowing him to explain everything in detail. The local head of the Master Teacher Pavilion is a 3-star Pinnacle Master Teacher known as Luo Qianhong. He once had a conflict with Principal Zhang, and Principal Zhang crashed the Master Teacher Pavilion as a result. Crashed the Master Teacher Pavilion? Everyone was astonished to hear that. As Master Teachers, they understood the immense difficulty in crashing a Master Teacher Pavilion. Not only would one have to subdue every single Master Teacher in the Master Teacher Pavilion, they would also have to face the wills left behind by preceding Master Teachers as well. Based on what they know, back when their principal was still at Xinyuan Kingdom, he had only been a 2-star Master Teacher. To successfully crash a Master Teacher Pavilion then, didn't that mean that he had been superior to 3-star Pinnacle or 4-star Master Teachers despite only being at 2-star? According to the rules, Master Teacher Pavilion will have to unconditionally obey the orders of the Master Teacher who has successfully crashed it. What did Principal Zhang order them to do after heading to the Master Teacher Pavilion? Wei Ranxue asked. Crashing a master-teacher pavilion was similar to a martial artist crashing a dojo. The loser would have to accept the punishment from the victor regardless of what it was. Principal Zhang didn't order them to do anything. Instead, he held a lecture for them, and within 3 days, both the cultivation and comprehension of the way of teacher of the master teachers in there were raised significantly. This was especially so for Luo Qianhong. Not only did he successfully clear the 4-star master teacher examination within this period of time, he has even advanced to 4-star pinnacle. School head Emo said, within 3 days, he actually raised the capability of a 3-star pinnacle master teacher to 4-star pinnacle? Isn't this a little, way too fast? The school heads were flabbergasted when they heard the news. The reason it was hard for master teachers to advance their rank was because there were many aspects they had to improve in order to qualify for and clear each master teacher examination, such as their cultivation, eye of discernment, soul depth, and supporting occupations. All of this require considerable time. For Luo Qianhong to advance from 3-star pinnacle to 4-star pinnacle with just 3 days of guidance, this rate of improvement was unbelievable. Not only so, in the past, Xianyuan Kingdom had a total of a dozen or so 3-star master teachers. However, after those 3 days, another 8 of them has made a breakthrough to 4-star. Even though they are only at 4-star primary, that is still rather frightening. School head Emo said with a bitter smile. When he first heard this news, he could hardly believe his ears. He'd had to confirm the matter several times before he could finally come to a conclusion. True geniuses were existences whom ordinary men like them couldn't hope to fathom. So, all in all, Xianyuan Kingdom has 9 4-star master teachers. That is a big step forward, that it is still insufficient for a kingdom to advance to an empire, one of the school heads remarked. It was true that the foundation required for a kingdom to advance to an empire was the master teacher pavilion, but it would still take considerable time for the other aspects to rise up to the required level as well, such as the economy and the military force of the nation. With just a few 4-star master teachers, it was still infeasible to accomplish empire building within a short period of time. It was for this reason that empire building was indubitably the hardest test of the 6-star master teacher examination. It's indeed insufficient, but on the 10th day that Principal Zhang arrived at Xianyuan Kingdom, many master teachers and transcendent mortal experts from the surrounding unranked empire, sects, and powers suddenly came flooding into the nation, joining its ranks. They joined Xianyuan Kingdom? Many? How many people do you mean by that? Everyone frowned. One of the school heads shook his head. A conferred kingdom will at least have a population of several hundred million, and the addition of a couple of master teachers and experts won't make much of a difference. Experts had their own pride, so it was highly unlikely that they would lower themselves to join a lower-ranked nation. After all, that would be equivalent to regressing, and it would make it harder for them to advance their cultivation and capability as well. As such, in the school head's view, even if some of the experts and master teachers decided to join Xianyuan Kingdom, it was unlikely that there would be too many of them. Even at most, there would only be dozens of master teachers and several hundred experts. However, such numbers were like a drop in the ocean for a nation with a population of several hundred million, and their presence wouldn't make a significant difference. Empire building required the raise in the overall prowess of the nation, the average cultivation of the entire populace. This was not something that could be achieved just by a couple of master teachers and experts coming in. A couple of master teachers and experts, you say? Hearing those words, a bitter smile emerged on school head Mo's lips. You are severely underestimating Principal Zhang's rallying ability in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Within just 10 days, more than 3,000 4-star master teachers and 100,000 transcendent mortal experts joined Xianyuan Kingdom. 3,000 4-star master teachers? 100,000 transcendent mortal experts? Everyone was dumbstruck. That number of master teachers and experts. Even an average unranked empire wouldn't have such numbers. But the sudden arrival of so many experts in Xianyuan Kingdom could potentially destabilize the nation and undermine the authority of the royal family. If they rise up and start a rebellion, how will the royal family quell the insurrection? Jiang Qingqin asked with a frown. Even though he usually maintained a low profile within Hongyuan Empire, he was still aware of the balance of power between the royal family, the officials, and the populace. Considering that the arriving experts were far stronger than the officials and the royal family, how could the nation impose their laws and govern them? Should they choose not to submit, would the nation have any way of dealing with them? One must know that in an average conferred kingdom, even the strongest old ancestor would only be at transcendent mortal 1 Dan, and the emperor would only be at half transcension at most, usually. The sudden influx of over 100,000 experts was not necessarily good news for the country. There is no need to worry about it. Principal Zhang already has everything thought out. After spending 3 days in the master-teacher pavilion, he spent the next 7 days, before the influx of the master teachers and experts, in the Xinyuan royal palace. Within the 7 days, he raised Empress Mo's cultivation to transcendent mortal 5 Dan, and the other officials who have a close relationship with her have also reached transcendent mortal 2 Dan or 3 Dan, said school head Mo. To induce such an unbelievable increase in the cultivation of those within the Xinyuan royal palace within 7 days, they would have never been able to think this possible had it been in the past. However, after witnessing the huge commotion resulting from Principal Zhang's public lecture, how innumerable animals had made the breakthrough to become savage beasts, they had come to realize that whenever he was involved, miracles were nothing more than a normal occurrence. School head Mo continued his explanation. Not only that, Principal Zhang also took more than 1,000 of the spirit beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge with him, and each of them possesses a cultivation of at least transcendent mortal 6 Dan. He has instructed them to obey the commands of no one but Mo. With such a powerful hand, even an average Tier 2 empire will dare not provoke Xinyuan Kingdom, let more those cultivators. Over 1,000 transcendent, mortal 6 Dan spirit beasts? Ha ha ha, only Principal Zhang is capable of playing such a big hand. Indeed, there is probably no one else in the world who can take out so many loyal spirit beasts so easily. With the royal family wielding such a powerful force, it could be said that the security of the nation is guaranteed. Everyone was astonished for a moment after hearing the news before nodding excitedly in approval. Typically speaking, an average beast tamer would only have a tamed beast or 2, and considering the effort he would have had to put into taming them, it was impossible for him to give his tamed beasts away to another. However, their principal had made the 100,000 spirit beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge submit to him. As such, giving away 1,000 weaker spirit beasts was truly nothing at all to him. But while it was nothing to their principal, it was of vital importance to Xinyuan Kingdom. In the first place, the lifespan of a spirit beast was far longer than that of a human. On top of that, the strength of each of them was far higher than the strongest expert in the kingdom. With them guarding the royal family, who would dare show the slightest disrespect to them? School head Mo still wasn't finished. Shortly after the influx of experts and master teachers into Xinyuan Royal City, Principal Zhang conducted his first public lecture. In the lecture, his voice could be heard even from a distance of several hundred kilometers away, and the cultivators of the capital benefited greatly for his lecture, with over half of them achieving a breakthrough on the spot. On top of that, his spirit-gathering diction has caused spiritual energy to concentrate within Xinyuan Royal City, not dissipating even after the end of the lecture, thus turning the entire area into a blessed land for cultivation. Spirit-gathering diction, reign of the heavenly flowers. Principal Zhang does wield the capability to raise the cultivation of others swiftly. With this, many powerful cultivators will emerge in Xinyuan Kingdom very soon. However, the strength of a nation lies not only within its cultivators, but the development of the occupations as well, the head of the painter school, Song Danqing, remarked. In assessing the overall strength of a nation, the average cultivation of the populace was only one of the factors involved. More important was the development and prosperity of the occupations. National power covered not only potential military might but a nation's economic development, culture, and the individual standard of living too. Many of these factors were intricately tied with the occupations within the nation. An empire, even if an unranked one, needed not only a powerful master-teacher pavilion, but the existence of a capable painter guild, apothecary guild, blacksmith guild, and such. Only then would they be able to attract and retain talents to further the prosperity of the nation. Maybe you have been too busy recently, so you didn't notice it, But on the very day that Principal Zhang left Hongyuan City, the Xin clan and Lu clan of the four great clans announced that they would be establishing a trading branch in Xinyuan Kingdom so as to expand their business there. As soon as that announcement was made, many huge merchants in the vassal states quickly made plans to enter Xinyuan Kingdom as well. As a result, the number of businesses within Xinyuan Kingdom at the current moment is on par with even some Tier 2 empires. As for occupations, Principal Zhang spent the 10 days imparting painting, pill forging, smithing, demonic tunes, and such occupation skills to the locals, and this has caught the attention of many occupation guilds. To date, another 7 occupation have already opened a branch in Xinyuan Kingdom, school head Mo said. After hearing those words, a school head couldn't help but mutter beneath his breath, the average strength of the populace, military strength, economic development, and presence of occupations are all in place. Doesn't that mean that Xinyuan Kingdom is already qualified to be an empire? These were the main indicators to determine if a nation was qualified to be considered an empire. In less than 2 months, their principal had induced an overwhelming change within Xinyuan Kingdom. Could it be that he had already completed the empire-building test? School head Mo nodded. That's right. 20 days ago, the headquarters sent a representative down to check on the situation in Xinyuan Kingdom, and the reason I have called for this gathering is to officially announce the result to you all. Principal Zhang has successfully cleared his 6-star Master Teacher examination, empire building, and thus, from this day forth, he is officially a 6-star Master Teacher. Chapter 924. The 4 principles. He has already cleared the examination. In just 2 short months, he successfully raised a conferred kingdom into an unranked empire. If I recall correctly, even the current record holder for our academy, Principal Emoliosian, took 3 whole years, right? 2 months, that is really way too fast. The school heads couldn't help but be dumbstruck by the shocking revelation. They had no doubt that their principal would clear the empire-building test, but they hadn't thought that it would be so fast. To clear it within 2 months, he had probably broken the record of the Master Teacher Pavilion. School head Mo nodded. Indeed, that's really fast. At the moment, Principal Zhang should be on his way back. That is good. At this rate, he should be able to make it for the Combat Master selection, Zhao Bingshu said. Indeed. As soon as the Combat Master selection was brought up, grim faces immediately emerged in the room. The 4 great Master Teacher Academies would gather together for the Combat Master selection once every 100 years, and while it might seem like nothing much on the surface, there was actually strong rivalries and competition in the dark. If the principal could return in time, that would be for the best. Over the past 2 months, our martial arts school has managed to sieve out the top 20 of each grade to participate in the Combat Master selection, Su Chongqing said. The only requirement for the Combat Master selection was superior strength. The students of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy had been fighting against one another in a selection exercise over the last 2 months, and finally, the 20 strongest students of each grade to represent the academy and vie with the other 3 academies for the slots in the Combat Master selection had been decided. Hearing that the results were out, Zhao Bingshu hesitated for a moment before asking, "How is the strength of our students?" Judging from the previous Combat Master selections, our students are still a little weak. I fear that not many of them will be selected. Su Chongqing sighed deeply. The Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy had always been at the bottom of the 4 great academies. In the 10,000 years since its establishment, only 327 people had succeeded in becoming combat masters. This meant that only 3 to 4 people, on average, were selected in the Combat Master selection each time. Hearing that the situation was not really optimistic, Zhao Bingshu shook his head and said, "There are still a few days before the selection. Let us gather the students together and try pushing them one last time before the selection. Perhaps we might get more of them in. This is the only thing we can do now." The others nodded in agreement. The effects of last-minute training were usually minimal at best, but there was nothing else they could do at this point. The other Master Teacher Academies had 7-star Master Teachers to offer pointers to their candidates, and the resources they received from the Master Teacher Pavilion were also far greater. As such, most top geniuses would opt to enroll in the other 3 academies if they had the chance, leaving the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy with just the remaining ones. It couldn't be helped that they weren't a match for the others. It was not sufficient to have good teachers. Without ample resources and talented students, it would be extremely difficult for the students of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy to qualify in the combat master selection. This formed a vicious cycle. After many years of being unable to achieve good results, the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy received fewer resources from the Master Teacher Pavilion, and its reputation fell as well, thus resulting in the more talented master teachers shunning the academy, which lowered the performance of the academy even further. While the school heads of the Master Teacher Academy were discussing this matter, just outside Hongyuan City, a massive flying ship came to a halt. The entire ship was nearly 80 meters in length, and it was more than 10 stories tall. All of the required facilities were on it, and from afar, it looked extraordinarily extravagant. The front and the back of the ship were supported by 8 saint beasts, each harnessing the dragon bloodline. Through perfect coordination among the 16 saint beasts, they were able to bring the massive ship down without the slightest tremor. On the deck stood 2 elders, who gazed at the towering city walls beneath them with a smile. Principal Hua, I am truly thankful for your Cloudcliff flying ship. Otherwise, it would have taken me a fair bit of effort to reach here so quickly. The blue-robed elder standing on the left said as he stroked his beard. It is only right for us, the 4 great academies, to help one another. Besides, the combat master selection is held at the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, and your Luoqing Master Teacher Academy happens to be en route from our Yunqiu Master Teacher Academy, so it's no trouble at all. This is also an ideal opportunity for our students to interact with one another and learn that the world is far larger than they thought, so as to reduce their complacency. Otherwise, if they stayed within the confines of the Master Teacher Academy, they would just think that they are the greatest in the world, and that contributes nothing to their growth at all, the gray-robed elder on the right replied with a smile. Both of these elders wielded the strength of a saint, and the aura they emanated felt unfathomable, rendering one incapable of accurately determining their strength. On top of that, there was an emblem pinned on their Master Teacher robes, on which there were 7 brilliantly shining stars. From this, it was clear that they were both 7-star Master Teachers. 7-star Master Teacher, this was a height that not a single person of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy and Master Teacher Pavilion had achieved. Indeed, the crux to learning lies in knowing one's ignorance. The fact that these students are able to stand out among their peers in the academy and participate in the combat master selection goes to show that they are incredible talents. Thus, it is inevitable that they will be complacent about their own abilities. As such, there is a need to have them know that there is always a mountain higher than the other, a person greater than himself. This will help them reach greater heights in the future. The blue-robed elder nodded. The full phrase is that logic that is not debated is weak, and knowledge that is unspoken is unclear. After a moment of silence, Principal Hua asked, "Where is Principal Wu? We have already arrived. So why is he nowhere to be seen? It's not like you don't know about Wu Ran, that fellow. He is fixated on the insight that Kong Shi left behind at the Saint Ascension platform, and he even became the leader of the Saint Ascension Circle. For that, he set forth several months in advance, so he should already be in the city by now." The blue-robed elder replied. The blue-robed elder was the principal of the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy, Xin Pingqiao, and the person he was speaking to was the head of the Yunqiu Master Teacher Academy, Wu Tianxiong. Note: Wu Tianxiong's surname is supposed to be Wu as well, just like Wu Ran, but as both of them are Principal Wu, I tweaked the former a little to Wu so as to avoid confusion. The person they were talking about, Wu Ran, was the principal of the Qingzhou Master Teacher Academy, as well as the leader of the Saint Ascension Circle whom Zhang Xian had met back on the Saint Ascension platform. Yunqiu, Luoqing, Qingzhou, and Hongyuan. These were the 4 great Master Teacher Academies under Qingyuan conferred empire. Among the 4, Yunqiu ranked at the top whereas Hongyuan stood at the very bottom of the list. Principal Hua, Principal Shun, my teacher, Wu Shi, invites you over to meet him. While the 2 of them were speaking, a middle-aged man suddenly descended onto the ship and clasped his fist respectfully to them. "See, I told you, didn't I? That fellow is sure to have long arrived before us." Xin Pingqiao chuckled softly to Wu Tianxiong before turning to the middle-aged man and replying, We will be heading over now. After which, he and Watianxiong issued some instructions to the teachers behind them before following behind the middle-aged man and heading toward the depths of Hongyuan City. It didn't take them too long to arrive at a huge manor. As soon as they entered the main hall, they immediately saw Wu Ran seated within, elegantly and leisurely pouring hot water into a teapot. With just a glance, they could immediately tell that the latter was a skilled tea master. "You old fellow, you sure are fast. Did you invite the both of us over for tea? I will just say these words beforehand. If the tea isn't good, don't expect us to drink it," Watianxiong said with a smile. "Rest assured, I won't treat you to anything less than good tea." Hearing those words, Wu Ran chuckled softly. "I had to pull some connections and pay a heavy price for this pot of tea, and I have been waiting for the both of you to arrive to share it with you." As Wu Ran spoke, he poured the tea within the teapot into the small teacups by the side and offered them to Watianxiong and Shun Pingqiao. The duo took the teacups, but before they could take a sip, a thick layer of mist suddenly rose from the tea, lingering around the teacup, creating a dreamy haze around it. What a beautiful cup of tea! The eyes of the duo lit up in amazement. Putting aside the flavor of the tea, just its presentation in itself already made it far superior to most teas. The drifting layer of mist shrouding the cup felt reminiscent of the thin mist that veiled the Dawn River. Even before consuming the tea, it had already induced relaxation and comfort within one's heart. I wouldn't have it any other way. This pot of tea is made from the renowned cloud mist flower, produced exclusively in Hongyuan Empire's Cloud Mist Ridge, and it has cost me 10 whole high-tier spirit stones. Furthermore, had I not pulled my vast connections, I might not have been able to purchase it at all. Even so, I was only able to obtain 1 liang of it. I couldn't bear to drink it all this while, deciding to wait for you two to arrive to share it with you, Wu Ran said with a smile. 1 liang equals 125 grams. Just the aesthetics itself makes it well worth the price. Watianxiong smiled. "Let me try and see how it tastes." Chuckling softly, he took a sip, and his eyes immediately lit up in wonderment. Good tea. Beside him, Shun Pingqiao also sipped the tea without any hesitation, and brilliant, astounded gleams swiftly appeared in his eyes. "Where did you purchase the tea from? Help me get some too." "Get some too?" If I were able to do so, I would have definitely bought Tinjin on the spot. 5 kg, then. Sell that 1 liang of tea leaves you have procured to me. I will pay double the price. Shun Pingqiao said anxiously. He was also a person who savored a good tea. With just a sip of that marvelous tea, he had already fallen in love with it. "Don't even think about it. I won't sell it to you no matter what price you offer." "All right, let's get to the main business at hand." Wu Ran shook his head. "Have you heard of the news regarding the old principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy?" Watianxiong sighed deeply and said, "I did. He disappeared 2 years ago, and to date, it is unsure whether he is alive or dead. The top seat in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy should still be empty, right?" The principals of the 4 great Master Teacher Academies were of similar standings, and they shared an amicable relationship with one another. As such, it was impossible for them to be unaware of the disappearance of the old principal, and they had even mourned over that matter for quite a while. You are right that the old principal went missing 2 years ago. However, the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy has already found a new principal. Wu Ran replied. "Found a new principal? Have you looked into what kind of person he is?" Shun Pingqiao asked. Even without intentionally looking into the matters of the new principal, there is already plenty of news regarding him going around Hongyuan City. If I tell you his deeds, I bet you two will definitely have the shock of your life. He had arrived in Hongyuan City just a few days ago, and considering that the news regarding the new principal was literally everywhere, it would have been hard for him not to know who the new principal was. Have the shock of our lives? Watianxiong and Shun Pingqiao glanced at one another in bewilderment before asking, "Is the new principal very famous? Could he be a representative dispatched from the headquarters?" Of course not. The new principal is only in his early 20s, and he is a student who enrolled into the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy earlier this year. He goes by the name of Zhang Xian. Wu Ran said, "A student who enrolled into the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy this year? In his early 20s? Is this really accurate? The two principals were stunned, and they couldn't help but doubt their ears. Did the entire Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy go insane all of a sudden? Or did they just give up on themselves? A fellow who was barely in his early 20s, inexperienced and immature, and yet they had chosen him to become their principal? Was this for real? Of course, this is accurate. If you don't trust me, feel free to ask anyone in Hongyuan City. Wu Ran replied with a bitter smile. If you underestimate the new principal just because he is in his early 20s, you will be in for a great shock. I have heard a lot about him, and to date, I still find it all inconceivable. Inconceivable? Interesting. Tell us. What Tianxiong said. Principal Hua, when you inaugurated back then, you also invited the predecessors and sought their recognition, right? How much of their recognition did you receive? Wu Ran asked out of the blue. I was incompetent, so I only received 45% of the predecessors' recognition. Of the 100 principals in the history of the Yunshu Master Teacher Academy, I am only ranked 7th. Even though Tianxiong claimed that he was incompetent, the slight hint of pride contained within his voice still betrayed his true thoughts. To receive a recognition of 45% among 100 preceding principals meant that he had the recognition of more than 40 of them. Even compared to all of the preceding principals, his record was indubitably outstanding. After all, one only needed a recognition rate of 20% to clear this formality, and he had received more than twice that figure. Wu Ran turned to the blue-robed elder and asked, "What about Principal Shun? I only received 37% of the predecessor's recognition, failing to get into even the top 10 in the history of principals in the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy. I am truly ashamed," Shin Pingchao said. 45% and 37% are outstanding records, considering the difficulty of the formality. However, when compared to the record of the new principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, they are indeed not worth mentioning, Wu Ran said as he subconsciously shook his head. Disbelief was reflected in his eyes. The news he had received was simply so shocking that he found it simply impossible to accept. You mean that he has surpassed our records? The two principals frowned. Chapter 925. Zhang Xian returns. The formalities for the inauguration ceremonies of the four great master-teacher academies were rather similar. It was not arrogance or complacency, but their ability to impart knowledge and manage their respective master-teacher academies could be considered top-notch even when compared to the preceding principals in the history of their academies. Yet, even with capabilities like theirs, they had only received 45% and 37% of their predecessors' recognition. This fully reflected the difficulty of the formality. Even if a fellow in his early 20s were to start studying from his mother's womb, how capable could he possibly be? Could he really be more capable than them and have received an even higher recognition from the predecessors? Surpassed? It is more like there is no basis for comparison at all. Seeing their expressions, how could Wu Ran be unaware of the thoughts going through the minds of his two old friends? He couldn't help but shake his head. No basis of comparison? It can't be that he has received a recognition rate exceeding 50%? Shin Pingchao asked with a frown. Even at the limits of his imagination, he couldn't think of anyone achieving anything much more than that. Those who were chosen to become the principals of a master-teacher academy were the geniuses among geniuses, individuals who had contributed greatly to the academy in many ways. In the first place, it was already unthinkable to have a student who had only just enrolled into the academy become the principal. Yet, could that student really have obtained more than half of the predecessors' recognition? If that was the case, wouldn't the predecessors be far too lacking in their judgment? Exceeding 50%? Wu Ran shook his head. Noting Wu Ran's response, Tianxiong thought that the other party was denying the matter and heaved a huge sigh of relief. Just as I thought, how could a recognition rate of 50% be achieved that easily? However, before Tianxiong could finish his words, the other party spoke. If it was only that much, I wouldn't have made such a fuss. The recognition rate that the new principal has achieved is 100%. 100%. The two principals nearly spurted blood. You must be joking with us. Every individual had their own thoughts and preferences, and satisfying everyone, not to mention more than 100 top-notch geniuses throughout history, was definitely impossible. This was the reason why over the years, despite the emergence of many outstanding principals, never had there been a person who had achieved a 100% recognition rate. Yet, a newly enrolled student who was barely in his early 20s had actually won the recognition of the 100 predecessors? I know that the both of you won't believe it. However, this is the truth. There is no faking it. Wu Ran sighed deeply. When he first heard the news, his reaction had been just like the other two. His lower jaw had nearly dropped straight to the ground from shock. Had it not been for the 100,000 witnesses present on the scene who could verify the matter, he would have definitely thought that it was a lie. Since you are so certain of the matter, there should be no doubt. Knowing that his old friend wouldn't lie to him over such an important matter, Wu Tianxiong turned to look at him with a perplexed expression. After inviting the predecessors to the ceremonial ground, we are only granted 3 sentences to speak. What did the new principal say in order to win the recognition of all of the preceding principals? With his lips twitching uncontrollably, Wu Ran replied, he didn't say anything much. Instead, he pummeled the wills of the predecessors instead. PPU pummeled? Shin Pingqiao and Wu Tianxiong staggered weakly. They had heard of principals uttering words to fawn on their predecessors, and they had also heard of principals bragging about their achievements in the hope of awing them, but none had managed to achieve such outstanding results before. For pummeling to be so effective, when did the wills of the predecessors become so lacking in guts that they would submit to force? Not only so, the new principal has also obtained the complete recognition of every single teacher and student in the Master Teacher Academy, thus successfully forging the impeccable principal's seal. On top of that, during his public lecture, he induced the phenomenon of countless animals, regardless of species, be it donkeys, roosters, dogs, or cats, achieving a breakthrough to become savage beasts. Fearing that the two principals would suffer a mental breakdown, Wu Ran swiftly went through everything before they could properly muse over the implications of the matter, hoping to lessen the blow. Impeccable principal's seal. Countless animals achieving a breakthrough to become savage beasts. Nevertheless, the blow still left the two principals dumbstruck for a very long time before they could regain their sanity. Have you met the new principal? Not yet. Wu Ran shook his head. When I arrived, I heard that he left around 2 months ago for his 6-star Master Teacher examination. Empire building. 2 months? It seems like we won't have an opportunity to meet him then. Indeed, considering the difficulty involved in empire building, even if he is a truly talented individual, it will still take him a minimum of several years to succeed. Hearing that the new principal was in the midst of taking the most difficult assessment for his 6-star Master Teacher examination, Shin Pingqiao and Wu Tianxiong shook their heads in disappointment. Several years? There is no need for that. Based on the latest news I have received, he has already cleared the test. Wu Ran said, didn't you say that he only left 2 months ago for the examination? Wu Tianxiong's mouth twitched in astonishment. Indeed. He cleared the test within 2 months, advancing a conferred kingdom into an unranked empire, Wu Ran replied with a nod. The two principals. Just before heading there, they had still been discussing about how the students were lacking worldly experience, and they should allow the students to interact with one another more so as to learn that there was a taller mountain, a person greater than themselves. However, after hearing all those words, they suddenly had a feeling that the ones who were lacking worldly experience were them. It had been 500 years since they had taken over as the principals of their respective Master Teacher Academies, and in the period of time, they had seen many different kinds of geniuses. However, they had never met one who could match that Principal Zhang's caliber. In the combat master selection, the ones who will be assessed are the students, not the principals. The Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy might have found an outstanding principal, but from what I know, the strength of their students is still not up to par. I guess we will see the true prowess of the new principal personally then. Indeed. While it is important for a principal to be a capable individually in order to win the respect of others, what is more important is his ability to bring the academy forward to greater heights. If he can't achieve that, then no matter how many predecessors recognize him or how advanced a principal's seal he was able to form, they would merely be for show. Being the principal of the Master Teacher Academy wasn't a one-man show to display the extent of one's capability. Rather, it was a responsibility to manage the academy effectively so as to maximize the potential of the students. If the students were unable to meet the benchmark, the principal would have failed their job regardless of how capable they were or how great a reputation they had accrued. Utilizing all resources available at hand to maximize the strength of the students, that was the core responsibility that a principal had. The four great master-teacher academies had always been in a state of rivalry, and they would be lying if they said that the emergence of such an outstanding principal in the Hongyuan Master-Teacher Academy didn't leave them feeling pressured. At that moment, they had all made up their minds. They would have their students perform spectacularly in the combat master selection so that everyone would learn that the pride of a principal lay not in their own strength, but the strength of their students. While an air of rivalry was brewing within Hongyuan City, Zhang Xian was seated atop the Byzantium Helios beast, on his journey back to the Hongyuan Master-Teacher Academy. Empire building was indeed worthy of its title as the most difficult 6-star Master-Teacher examination test. Even with the means he had at hand, he had still found himself overwhelmed by the many things he had to do. Fortunately, his efforts hadn't been in vain. He had finally accomplished the task at hand. Within the 2 months, using the 500 high-tier spirit stones he had obtained from the Shen clan and Lu clan, he had also advanced his cultivation to half-saint pinnacle. The strength he could draw from his Zhanqi cultivation had also increased from the initial 60 million ding to 84 million ding, granting him might superior to even the 75 million ding that the average nascent saint pinnacle cultivator wielded. With the rise in his strength, ordinarily speaking, taking into account the 20 million ding and 32 million ding from his soul cultivation and physical body cultivation respectively, the maximum strength he could harness should have been 136 million ding, greater than a Saint Realm 1-dan cultivator. However, things didn't go as planned. No matter how he cultivated, his strength just wouldn't break the 100 million ding bottleneck, stopping right at 99,999,999 ding. It was as if the 100 million ding was the manifestation of the difference between a saint and a transcendent mortal. As long as he didn't achieve sainthood, it would remain an unbreachable barrier. A ding of difference demarcated the gap between a deity and a mortal. However, even though Zhang Xian was unable to wield strength exceeding 100 million ding, the strong cultivation foundation that he had built up allowed him to crush even an ordinary Saint Realm 1-dan intermediate stage cultivator easily. More importantly, after the 2 months of cultivation, the Zhenqi reserve he had in his body was so great that it would astound any cultivator. Using an analogy, if the Zhenqi reserve of an ordinary half-saint cultivator was a small pond, his would be a massive lake, at least several dozen times greater than the former. In other words, if he were to release his Zhenqi all at once, it would be comparable to that of dozens of half-saint pinnacle experts. Just the notion of it in itself was fearsome. Naturally, he wasn't the only one to have achieved a breakthrough in the past 2 months. Luo Qiqi and Yu Feier had successfully advanced to Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle 2. Dong Xian and Hu Yaoyao had also managed to match him, becoming half-saint pinnacle experts themselves. To anyone else, this rate of cultivation was inconceivable and only existed in one's dream. However, after tagging along with Zhang Xian for so long, the 4 of them seemed to think of it as something perfectly normal, and they even felt that they might have been cultivating a little too slow. In fact, were it not to reinforce their cultivation, they might have already achieved a breakthrough to nascent saint, swiftly approaching Saint Realm. Under his guidance, Zhao Feiwu and Mo Yu had also reached Transcendent Mortal 5-dan. The Byzantium Helios beast, which had been tagging along with them, through consuming the many inner cores stored in the Golden Bear Tiger Beast's storage ring, had also significantly advanced its cultivation, reaching Saint Realm 2-dan advanced stage. The 9 kings of the Cloud Mist Ridge had also achieved breakthroughs as well, reaching Spiritual Perception Realm. 2 months was nothing to a cultivator, passing by with just the snap of a finger. However, it was within this seemingly short period of time that everyone around Zhang Xian, be it beast or human, had made frightening advancements in their cultivation. At the same time, after 3 months of work, the Myriad Ant Hive Queen had expanded the Myriad Ant Hive nest to around 500 meters in diameter. The space had also become more stable, similar to a mini-world. Many buildings had been constructed within, making it feasible to house several hundred, or even 1,000 men within. The 9 kings of the Cloud Mist Ridge and the Byzantium Helios beast usually lived in harmony in the nest, not interfering with one another. Zhang Xian's clone had also been cultivating its soul under the Bodhi tree all along, and it had recently managed to achieve a breakthrough to Chrysalis realm. Speaking of which, Zhang Xian, confident in his newfound strength, had challenged his clone to yet another battle, hoping to wash away the many humiliating defeats he had suffered at the latter's hand. However, as soon as the battle started, just like the many times before, he was viciously pummeled into submission. For some reason, even though his clone's soul cultivation hadn't increased by much within this period of time, the other party's strength had still grown by an even greater amount than his. Because of this matter, Zhang Xian had been frustrated for a very long time before coming to a realization. Perhaps, from the very start, his clone hadn't been able to utilize the full extent of the unbelievable strength contained within the 9 Hearts Lotus. However, over time, as the compatibility between his clone's soul and the 9 Hearts Lotus increased, his clone would be able to draw more strength from the 9 Hearts Lotus, thus enhancing his fighting prowess. In other words, even if his clone didn't cultivate and spent its days sleeping idly, he would still display a fighting prowess beyond one's imagination once the compatibility of his soul and the 9 Hearts Lotus became perfect. Of course, this realization sent Zhang Xian into another downward spiral of unhappiness. Eventually, he could only sigh and accept it. It couldn't be helped. Since he was lacking in innate talent, he could only make up for it through diligence. While Zhang Xian was cultivating, Luo Qiqi suddenly entered the room and said, "Teacher, we have arrived at Hongyuan City. Shall we head straight to the Master Teacher Academy, or—" "We have arrived?" Zhang Xian stood up and took a look outside before saying, "Let's head to the manor first." With School Head Mo and School Head Zhao in the Master Teacher Academy, there was no need for Zhang Xian to worry about the matters there. For the time being, he was more interested to see how far Wang Ying and the others had progressed during his absence. He hadn't brought them to Xinyuan Kingdom alongside him for 2 reasons. 1, he had already taught them all they needed to know, so there was no need for them to tag along. 2, he wanted them to learn how to become independent. In a sense, this served as a test for them. He wanted to see how far they could cultivate on their own in his absence. In the end, they were the only ones who could dictate the route they wanted to take. He had been by their side, supporting them, ever since the start of their journey from Tianqian Kingdom, and it was about time for them to learn how to advance on their own. All right, Luo Qiqi nodded. Before long, the Byzantium Helios beast began making its descent toward a resplendent manor in the middle of Hongyuan City. Chapter 926. Premature commencement of the combat master selection. Even though Zhang Xian had been allocated a residence within the Master Teacher Academy with a good location and rich spiritual energy after becoming the principal, he would still spend most of his time staying at the manor outside of the academy. In any case, the manor wasn't too far away from the academy, so he wouldn't be delayed much should any emergencies occurred. Besides, it was much quieter than the residence in the Master Teacher Academy, and his students were living in the manor, too. Shortly after landing in the courtyard, Sun Chang rushed forward and greeted him agitatedly. "Young master, you are back." Over the past 2 months, this fellow seemed to have gotten even rounder. His cultivation had advanced, but not by much. He had always been gluttonous and lazy, and it seemed like, in Zhang Xian's absence, he'd had his fair share of good food but neglected his cultivation. Knowing that the other party was unlikely to change, Zhang Xian lectured him for a short moment before instructing, "Call Wang Ying and the others over." "Yes," Sun Chang replied before backing away. Not too long later, Wang Ying and the others walked into the main hall. Over the past 2 months, his direct disciples had made significant advances in their cultivation. It seemed like their progress hadn't slowed just because he wasn't by their side. Wang Ying had managed to reach Chrysalis Realm primary stage, whereas Zheng Yang and Lu Yang were at Ethereal Treading Realm pinnacle. Even though the cultivation of the latter two was slightly lower than Wang Ying's at the moment, Zhang Xian could tell that they were nearing their bottleneck and were likely to make a breakthrough very soon. Before Zhang Xian departed, he had imparted the simplified version of the Heaven's Path Divine art to them and gave them many pills and other resources he had received from the beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge, which could help aid the advancement of their cultivation. As such, if their progress had been slow, they would have truly let him down. While the three of them had made significant advancement in their cultivation, Wei Ruyan's cultivation had remained stagnant, still at Chrysalis Realm primary stage as it was 2 months ago. However, this was within expectations too. Wei Ruyan had progressed simply far too quickly due to the nourishment from the massive accumulation of medicinal energy in her body. While her cultivation was at Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan, it wouldn't be inaccurate to compare it to a castle in the air. If she were to cultivate carelessly, it might lead to everything crumbling down instead. As such, before leaving, Zhang Xian had left her a single goal: to cultivate her way up from the very bottom, Fighter 1 Dan, reinforcing every single realm of her cultivation thoroughly. Within 2 months, she had managed to cultivate up to Chrysalis Realm primary stage. While her cultivation hadn't advanced at all, her foundation and fighting prowess had grown to become far greater than they had been when she first awoke. She was no longer the weak person whose cultivation was propped up by the mere consumption of medicine, but a real Chrysalis Realm cultivator both in cultivation and fighting prowess. Not bad. Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. Unlike the lazy Sun Chong, at least his students were still reliable and didn't let him down. At this moment, some of you are at Chrysalis Realm primary stage while others are swiftly approaching it. Currently, there are 2 routes for you to choose from. Activating a formation to prevent any information from leaking beyond the walls, Zhang Xian gazed at his students grimly. I have 2 sets of cultivation techniques in hand. The first one will allow you to advance your cultivation swiftly, and it won't take you too long to reach Saint Realm. The second one will be significantly slower, and it will be difficult to cultivate too. However, if you succeed, your fighting prowess will increase many-fold, granting you extraordinary might. The Saint Ascension Decipher was powerful, but the difficulty was steep as well. Without a resolute will, it would be impossible for one to reach the end of the path. Zhang Xian had no intention of forcing his student into anything. Whether to cultivate the Saint Ascension Decipher or the ordinary Heaven's Path Divine Art, he felt that this was a decision for them to choose for themselves. After a moment of silence, Wang Ying suddenly spoke up. Teacher, I choose the second option. We also choose the second option. Before long, the others also spoke in agreement. Having reached this point, an opportunity to increase one's fighting prowess many-fold didn't come easy. They were reluctant to miss it. Choosing the second option means that you will have to work harder and suffer more than anyone else, but even so, success is not guaranteed at the end of the path. Have you considered this matter thoroughly? Zhang Xian warned grimly. Zhang Xian's students quickly replied, We have made up our minds. Pain means nothing at all. As long as we can become stronger, we don't fear anything. Seeing his students choosing the second option without any hesitation, Zhang Xian nodded in approval. That's good. From the very start, cultivation was a battle against the heavens, a tussle with fate. If they couldn't even find the courage for something like this, it was unlikely that they would be able to reach greater heights in the future even if they remained under his tutelage. Zhang Xian swiftly took out a few manuals of a simplified version of the Saint Ascension Decipher, which he had compiled and copied earlier, and passed it on to his students. After which, he gave them some time to read and memorize the content before beginning to explain it thoroughly. The Saint Ascension Decipher was an extremely complicated cultivation technique, and even he had struggled slightly to comprehend it back then. If he didn't explain the content clearly and his students were to comprehend it incorrectly, there was a good chance that a major problem might occur with their cultivation. 4 hours later, after seeing that his students had a thorough understanding of the Saint Ascension Decipher, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He instructed his students to cultivate diligently and dismissed them before turning his sight back to Sun Chong. I believe you are well aware of the strength my teacher wields. Yes. Sun Chong hurriedly responded with a nod. Even though he wasn't too sure how powerful the old master was, he was certain that the latter, at the very minimum, was an 8-star master teacher or even beyond. an existence that stood at the very top of the master-teacher continent. It's good that you know. So long as he wishes, he could easily find 7-star master teachers, or even 8-star master teachers to serve as his butler. If this is the limit of your potential, I think that it won't be long before my teacher changes his butler, Zhang Xian said nonchalantly. Against Sun Chong, he could only be vicious. Otherwise, the other party would slack at every single opportunity he found. Yes, cold sweat began trickling down Sun Chong's back. In his period of time, the fawning of the Hongyuan Empire royal family and the gifts from the Shen clan and the Lu clan had all confused him, causing him to forget his priorities. It was only after hearing those words that it dawned on him that if he wanted to follow the young master and the old master, he would need to become more powerful. If he were to lag behind the others, it wouldn't be long before he became worthless to the old master and the young master. Neither of them would spare him an additional glance. He clearly understood that without those two, he would be nothing more than an ordinary fatty. All of the prestige and wealth he enjoyed at the moment was just like the moon in a lake, dissipating with a single touch. You have been with me since Tianxian Kingdom, and it is for your own good that I am saying these words. I hope that you know what is best for you. All right, putting that aside for now, in the 2 months that I have been away, did anything happen? After seeing that Sun Chong understood his message, Zhang Xian decided to stop there and asked about another matter instead. The head of the Shen clan visited a while ago, saying that it was best for the cloud mist flower to be sold in small batches over time so as to fully capitalize on its reputation as a rare commodity and maximize the profits from it. Thus, after some negotiation with them, we decided that we will release only 10 gene of it every month in each empire. Sun Chong swiftly brought Zhang Xin up to speed on the various business dealings. I will leave all decisions for that to you. Zhang Xian waved his hand. He didn't possess the acute business sense that Sun Chong and the Shun clan had, so it was best for him to stay out of the matter and leave it to be professionals. All right, this is the first sum of profit from the sale of the cloud mist flower. Seeing that the young master was uninterested in the details of the business, Sun Chong spoke no more of it. Instead, he presented a storage ring to him. Taking it, Zhang Xian took a look inside, and his eyes widened in shock. So many? A warm radiance emanated from a humongous pile of several thousand high-tier spirit stones within the storage ring. The spiritual energy that shrouded them felt so concentrated that it took one's breath away. The profits we have earned so far total to 3,327 high-tier spirit stones. The next sum should be coming in next month, Sun Chong replied with a smile. More than 3,000 high-tier spirit stones. Zhang Xian's lips twitched. He had spent so much effort beguiling others and taming beasts, but he had only earned a few hundred high-tier spirit stones to date. Yet, just by selling a small portion of the cloud mist flower, he had easily earned a profit many times greater than that. Somehow, it felt like his efforts in the past had been in vain. But nevertheless, he did need as many spirit stones as possible at the moment, so this was good news for him. 3,000 high-tier spirit stone might seem like a huge fortune, but it might not necessarily last him till Saint Realm 1 Dan primary stage. Not to mention, his students had also begun cultivating the Saint Ascension decipher, and their consumption of spirit stones would surely rise exponentially. On top of that, there was also the Byzantium Helios beast and the 9 kings of the Cloud Mist Ridge. It could be said that high-tier spirit stones were disappearing in his household at every moment. Putting aside a few thousand, even several dozen thousand high-tier spirit stones wouldn't last long in his household. In truth, while the cloud mist flower was valuable, it was still extremely difficult to sell it for such a price. Otherwise, the saint beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge would have long initiated such a business. However, with the earth vein spirit essence being sapped dry and the mist shrouding the Cloud Mist Ridge dissipating gradually, the conditions for producing cloud mist flowers were gradually deteriorating. As such, the cloud mist flower had become an exclusive and highly limited commodity. On top of that, the cloud mist flowers on sale had a high maturity, and the Shun clan had worked extremely hard on its marketing as well. Naturally, the price was driven up to an unbelievable extent. Sun Chong pondered for a moment before saying, "Also, school head Mo came by yesterday. It appears that several guests have arrived at the Master Teacher Academy, and they are looking for you. Looking for me? Who is it? It is the principals of the other 3 Master Teacher Academies. They seem to have arrived at Hongyuan City recently. They wish to discuss the combat master selection with you, Sun Chang reported. They have arrived? Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment before recalling that the Centennial Combat Master selection was just around the corner. I will return to the Master Teacher Academy now. Zhang Xian nodded. The Combat Master selection was a huge event that occurred among the 4 great Master Teacher Academies every 100 years. The pride and dignity of each and every academy was at stake. As the principal, this was a responsibility he couldn't shirk from. He swiftly left the residence and headed to the Elder Hall. Shortly after he walked into the room, he saw Zhao Bingshu rushing up to him with an anxious look on his face. Principal Zhang, you are finally back. That is a huge relief. Noticing that something was wrong with Zhao Bingshu's state, Zhang Xian asked with a frown, did something happen? Reporting to Principal Zhang, Principal Wu Tianqiong from the Yunqiu Master Teacher Academy, Principal Xin Pingqiao from the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy, and Principal Wu Ran from the Qingzhou Master Teacher Academy have arrived at our academy. According to the news we have received, the representatives from the Combat Master Hall will be arriving shortly after as well. School head Mo is currently keeping watch, waiting to welcome them in at any moment. I was also with him, but I rushed over as soon as I heard that you have returned, Zhao Bingshu said anxiously. Isn't there some time before the commencement of the Master Teacher selection? Zhang Xian was perplexed. Back then, shortly after he returned from the Saint Ascension platform, the Golden Origin Cauldron had said that there were still 3 months before the Combat Master selection began. Judging from that, there should still have been several days for him to prepare. Why would everyone arrive so quickly? We just received news from the Combat Master Hall a moment ago that they received new orders from the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. The 4 great Master Teacher Academies are to finish the selection exercise within 3 days, Zhao Bingshu explained. Such a rush. Zhang Xian was still intending to conduct a lecture for his academy's candidates so as to raise their fighting prowess ahead of the selection, but who would have thought that the selection would begin shortly after his return? That was way too fast. I am not too sure about the details, but the Combat Master selection will be commencing very soon, so I have to ask Principal Zhang to head over, Zhao Bingshu said. If Principal Zhang hadn't returned in time for the Combat Master selection, they, as the 10 great Master Teachers, would have had to overstep their authority to hold the fort in his absence. However, since Principal Zhang had returned just in time, it was only right for him to manage the situation personally. They had managed to find quite a handful of outstanding youths in the internal selection within the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, but after seeing the candidates from the other 3 academies, they had no confidence whatsoever that their own candidates would be able to stand their ground against the others. There was a clear difference between their candidates and the others, and if things went as they expected, they would only have 1 or 2 candidates clearing the selection. Let's head over to take a look. Nodding, Zhang Xian and Zhao Bingshu swiftly made their way to the training ground. Chapter 927. I will give you 3 minutes even before arriving at the training ground. Zhang Xian and Zhao Bingshu could already see the massive crowd that had gathered in the area. Nearly every student in the academy had congregated, curious to watch the event. The bustle was even comparable to that on the day of the inauguration ceremony. The Combat Master selection was a festive event that only happened once every 100 years. On this occasion, one would be able to witness the strongest fighting power of their power class, so there was no master teacher who would be willing to miss such an opportunity. It wasn't just the students of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy who were present. The master teachers from the Hongyuan Empire Master Teacher Pavilion and even those from the surroundings empires were there, too, and each and every one of them had an excited expression that revealed their anticipation for the event that would occur very soon. Even though the Combat Master Hall is just a branch of the Master Teacher Pavilion, being a Combat Master grants one the opportunity to obtain even more resources, allowing one to cultivate faster than others. This is also the reason many hope to join their ranks, Zhao Bingshu said. Typically speaking, Combat Masters commanded less prestige than Master Teachers. After all, as the military branch of the Master Teacher Pavilion, they specialized only in fighting, which meant that their capability in their supporting occupations and their ability to impart knowledge, the very factors that gave rise to the master teacher's prestigious standing in the world, fell beneath that of normal master teachers. However, if one could join the Combat Master Hall, the Master Teacher Pavilion would devote resources to groom them, thus allowing them to grow easier and faster than an ordinary master teacher. This was also the reason many master teachers desired to join their ranks. However, it was a pity that the requirements to become a combat master were very demanding on one's combat talent. Out of 10,000 master teachers, there might not even be one who could meet the mark. Halfway through his words, Zhao Bingshu suddenly recalled the astounding battle talent that their principal possessed too. And he couldn't help but ask, "Principal Zhang, have you ever thought of becoming a combat master?" He might not have had much confidence in the students of their Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, but he had no doubt that their principal would qualify if he were to take the examination too. "Me? I have no interest." Zhang Xian shook his head. Like Kong Shi, his plan was to study many occupations and become a true master teacher who would spread his teachings across the world. Besides, if he were to become a combat master who knew nothing but battle, how was he going to resolve his innate fetal poison? As such, he didn't have much of an interest in becoming a combat master. That's a relief. Zhao Bingshu heaved a sigh of relief. If their principal were to join the Combat Master Hall, the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy would surely return back to the disunited and chaotic situation it had been in before. There was no way they would be able to find another principal who could win the recognition of every single preceding principal and held the respect and admiration of every single student and teacher. While they were speaking, they arrived at the training grounds, and the students who saw them hurriedly bowed respectfully. Paying respects to Principal Zhang. Paying respects to School Head Zhao. Principal Zhang has returned. I heard that the reason for Principal Zhang's absence was because he was challenging the empire-building test of the 6-star Master Teacher examination. To have returned now, could it be that he has cleared the examination? Do you even need to ask? Of course, he must have cleared the examination. Given the prowess of our principal, taking a 6-star Master Teacher examination is nothing at all. Indeed, putting aside the 6-star Master Teacher examination, even if he were to become a 7-star Master Teacher this very instant, I wouldn't be surprised at all. The news swiftly rippled across the crowd, and it didn't take long for everyone present to learn that Zhang Xian was at the training grounds. Their eyes couldn't help but light up in excitement. The emotion they harbored toward most elders was just deference for their power and authority, but toward the principal, who was younger than most of them, the emotions they felt were nothing but respect and admiration, and it was to the point where one could nearly call it blind faith. After witnessing their principal produce miracle after miracle, at this point, they wouldn't be too surprised regardless of what the other party did. Instead, they would just think of it as what ought to be the case. After gesturing with a nod at the hot-blooded students, Zhang Xian turned his attention back to Zhao Bingshu and asked with a frown, "Where are other elders and the men from the other 3 Master Teacher Academies?" The place was filled with students of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy and master teachers from the surrounding Master Teacher Pavilions, but not a single student or teacher of the other 3 Master Teacher Academies was anywhere to be seen. They are currently on the flying ship. Zhao Bingshu pointed with a bitter expression. Tracing his finger, Zhang Xian immediately saw a massive ship floating in the air, propped up by 8 saint beasts both at the front and the back. Its sheer size was sufficient to block out most of the sky, and its very presence seemed to carry an indomitable air around it. Too preoccupied with the students on the training ground, Zhang Xian had failed to notice the massive ship flying high in the sky instantly. Focusing his sight toward the ship, he soon noticed 3 old men standing on the deck with their hands behind their backs. They commanded a grand air around them, as if conquerors who could shake the world with a wave of their hands. As for School Hedemo and the others, they were currently standing right in front of the 3 old men, seemingly negotiating with them. They aren't coming down? Seeing this sight, Zhang Xian frowned in displeasure. To arrive at their Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy but refuse to alight from their flying ship, this could be said to be disregarding the honor and prestige of their Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. School Head Mo is currently trying to invite them down, but considering how long it has been since then, it doesn't seem like it's working. Zhao Bingshu's complexion wasn't too good either. Instead of walking in through the entrance with their students, as it should be for a formal visit, they had chosen to fly their ship all the way in instead. That was no different from barging into one's living room on a mount, and it was considered extremely disrespectful behavior. On top of that, the fact that school head Mo and the others were speaking to them in front of the ship instead of on the ship showed that things weren't going well on their end. Tell them that I, the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, invite them to the audience stand to spectate the combat master selection, said Zhang Xian. Yes. Zhao Bingshu nodded, but just as he was about to leave to relay their principal's words, he hesitated for a moment and asked, but what if they still refused to come down? Considering that school head Mo and the others had negotiated with the other party but to no avail, there was a good chance that the name of their principal might not work either. With a displeased frown, Zhang Xian raised his fingers and said, I will give them 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Stunned, Zhao Bingshu's lips twitched, judging from their principal's tone. It seemed like he was prepared to wreak havoc if needed to. But, of the 4 great master-teacher academies, Hongyuan was the weakest. If they were to start something, the ones to ultimately lose out would indubitably be them too. Hesitating for a moment, Zhao Bingshu felt that he should advise their principal against that. Principal Zhang, no matter what, they are still guests. If we make a move against them, others could easily find faults with us. If the other party were to be pummeled at their doorstep, wouldn't they suffer the same fate when they arrived at the other party's doorstep 100 years later? Make a move against them? You are overthinking it. Zhang Xian shook his head and shot Zhao Bingshu a look of disdain. We are master teachers, cultured individuals, so how can we resort to violence just because things don't go as we wish? Besides, the 3 principals are 7-star master teachers. Even if we wish to make a move against them, we have to be able to defeat them first. As 7-star master teachers, even with the most conservative of estimates, they had to be at Saint Realm 2 Dan. Unless Zhang Xian were to have the Golden Origin Cauldron, the Byzantium Helios Beast, and the Myriad Anthive Queen attack them simultaneously, it would be difficult for him to achieve victory. Besides, to resort to violence right from the start, how could the Master Teacher Academy lower itself to such brutish measures? As Master Teachers, they were all dignified members of society. Naturally, they should be using civilized means befitting their standing to deal with conflict. Cough cough. Feeling Zhang Xian's disdainful gaze on him, Zhao Bingshu couldn't help but feel an extremely stifled sensation in his chest. Then, the 3 minutes you spoke of. If it was another principal who had said that he was a cultured person, he would have believed it without any hesitation. But the man before him, he rummaged through everything in his brain but just couldn't find any reason to believe those words. Would a cultured person challenge another to a physician life-and-death duel without any hesitation? Would a cultured person reduce a huge chunk of the entire physician school to ruins on a whim? Would a cultured person dismantle a puppet into its respective parts just because it wouldn't submit to him? Could anyone be less cultured than him? Oh, what I mean is that if they are still up there by the end of 3 minutes, I will just have to use my own way to invite them down. Zhang Xian waved his hand leisurely. All right, just go ahead and do as I've told you to. All right then, Zhao Bingshu replied with an uneasy frown, apprehensive of what their principal would do. However, since their principal had already issued such an order, he would just have to do as instructed. Thus, he leaped up and made his way toward the flying ship. In the sky, school head Mo and the others looked at the 3 old men and the many students behind them standing on the deck with looks of helplessness. Just as Zhao Bingshu had said, they had been negotiating with the other party for a very long time, but the other party just wouldn't go down. On top of that, as fellow master teachers, they couldn't possibly do anything that could be considered a breach of etiquette, thus resulting in the awkward standstill they were in. Elders of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, you should return for the time being. We won't be sending you off, Wu Tianxiong said with a smile as he stroked his beard. Seeing that he was unable to convince the other party to alight from the ship, school head Mo and the others sighed deeply. Just as they were about to give up and head down, they suddenly saw Zhao Bingshu flying up. Principals, I am school head Zhao Bingshu of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Our principal invites you, and your students down for a gathering." Zhao Bingshu clasped his fist respectfully. "Your principal has arrived?" The three principals immediately turned their gazes downward to catch a glimpse of the legendary new principal that they had heard so many rumors about, but there were simply far too many people below. It was hard for them to find the other party, especially considering they knew nothing about the other party's appearance. "That is indeed the case." Zhao Bingshu nodded. "Since he is here, I won't make things harder for you all anymore. Relay our message to him. We will send our men down to participate in the combat master selection when it begins. We won't cause any unnecessary delays, so he doesn't have to worry about that," What Tianqiong said. Seeing that the three principals had no intention of budging, Zhao Bingshu recalled their principal's words, and the feeling of uneasiness he felt suddenly intensified. Anxious, he urged, "Principals, I think that it will be best for you to head down now. Our principal doesn't have the best of tempers, and he has the uncanny ability to realize the seemingly unexpected and impossible. It wouldn't be good if some unhappiness were to arise among our academies out of this matter." Their principal hadn't said what he intended to do, but this only served to worsen Zhao Bingshu's apprehension. His words were extremely earnest, but to the ears of those hearing them, it sounded as if he was threatening them instead. Doesn't have the best of tempers? Unhappiness? He just became the new principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, but his head is already in the moon? Shun Pingqiao was the first to flare up. His face darkened as he said in displeasure, "A young man like him shouldn't get complacent and think that he is the entire world just because he has achieved some accomplishments of his own. Our Luoqing Master Teacher Academy does not belong to him, and there is no reason we should listen to his words. I will say this clearly, I won't be alighting from this ship today. What is your principal going to do about it? Is he going to force me down from this ship?" Principal Shan is right. If we refuse to alight from this ship, is your Hongyuan going to make a move on us? Tell your principal that youth is not a reason for recklessness. One must be absolutely careful with his words. I was still rather impressed with him after hearing about his feats, but to think that he would be such a complacent individual instead. You should start praying that his arrogance doesn't lead to Hongyuan's downfall instead. Flinging his sleeves, Wu Ran harumphed with a livid expression. Bad temper? Unhappiness? Does that new principal really think that he can climb over our heads that easily? Even if some unhappiness does arise, with the three of our academies on the same side, the one to suffer will be you. That isn't what I mean. Not expecting his kind advice to be misunderstood in such a manner, Zhao Bingshu hurriedly tried to clarify his earlier statement, but he just couldn't find the words to do so properly. In an instant, he panicked even more. Their principal had given him the time limit of only 3 minutes. Given the other party's personality, who knew what he would do? If he were to have dispatch all of the spirit beasts and saint beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge to encircle the flying ship and attack it, there would be an intense battle even before the combat master selection began. If that was the case, the 4 great Master Teacher Academies would become a laughingstock of the entire Master Teacher continent. That isn't what you mean? What else do you mean then? Why don't you tell us what your principal instructed you to tell us word for word then? Gazing at Zhao Bingshu with eyes as sharp as an eagle, Wu Tianqiong could tell that the other party had words that he was hesitant to say. Our principal. Zhao Bingshu was conflicted, but he knew that it would only complicate matters if he were to continue hiding it at this point. Thus, gritting his teeth, he said that he hopes for you to come down within 3 minutes, or else he will have to find other ways to resolve this problem. 3 minutes. Hearing those words, School Hedemo and the others nearly keeled over. Doomed. At this rate, a battle would really occur. Chapter 928. Masochists 3 minutes? Find other ways to resolve the problem? What an arrogant fellow. Fine, let's remain on this ship then. I sure would like to see how he intends to resolve this problem. The 3 principals were also visibly stunned for a brief moment before their complexions darkened even further. They had been wondering what words the new principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy had instructed Zhao Bingshu to relay to them, but to think that this would be it. A newly inaugurated principal actually dared to speak to them. 7-star master teachers, so arrogant, devoid of any respect. You are asking for it. Since this is how arrogant you wish to play, fine. For can play the game. Let's see what you can do about us then. Principal Hua, Principal Shin, Principal Wu. Seeing that the trio had already flown into a rage before he could finish his words, Zhao Bingshu felt extremely distressed. By saying that their principal had a bad temper, he was only intending it as earnest advice to the three principals out of goodwill. He hadn't expected that those words would complicate matters further. Speak no more. Leave. Wu Tianxiong waved his hands coldly. Seeing that their minds were made up, Zhao Bingshu could only shake his head. Together with school head Mo and the others, they headed back to the training ground. Soon after the group from the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy left, the three principals traded gazes and shook their heads. That Principal Zhang of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy sure sounds like an interesting person. Shin Pingqiao chuckled softly, the displeasure and anger on his face from before disappearing completely. Indeed, we intended to pose this flying ship as a test to see if he could resolve this problem perfectly, but from the looks of it, he sure is a hot-tempered person. Wu Tianxiong sighed deeply. As 7-star master teachers and the principals of their respective master teacher academies, it was natural that they knew how disrespectful their behavior was. The reason they did so nevertheless was not because they looked down on Hongyuan and wanted to provoke it, but because they wished to assess the capability of the newly appointed principal for themselves and see how he would deal with such a difficult situation. In a sense, it could be seen as a test they were posing to the other party as veteran principals. After all, the principals of the 4 great master-teacher academies were considered fellow peers, and they wanted to see if a 20-year-old fellow was qualified to become one of their own. In truth, this problem also wasn't a difficult one to resolve. Going by normal conventions, as long as the other party had prepared a simple banquet for them and personally headed up to invite them down humbly, owing to the other party's sincere attitude, they would have had to drop their airs and comply. Yet, that fellow had refused to lower his head, even threatening them with a time limit of 3 minutes, saying that he would take his own measures should they refuse to come down. He sure was arrogant. It is not really a bad thing for a young person to be hot-blooded and arrogant, but too much of it will only impede his development. Wu Ran shook his head. In any case, this should do well to quell his arrogance. Hopefully, this will teach him that being talented shouldn't serve as a reason for him to behave haughtily. That's right. Shin Pingqiao nodded. In truth, I am starting to feel a little curious as to the reason he dared utter such arrogant words. I wonder what his method of inviting us down will be. Well, we will know soon enough. The trio glanced at one another and chuckled softly. Barely after they had started laughing, a voice reminiscent of the chiming of bells sounded deafeningly in the air. Moo! It sounded like the roaring of thunder and the stampede of thousands of beasts at the same time. What is that? Alarmed, the trio straightened their postures, prepared to make a move if necessary. However, before they could even react, they suddenly noticed that the bodies of the 16 saint beasts propping up the flying ship were sinking. Before anyone could release a scream of agony, the ship abruptly descended with increasing momentum to the ground. The Cloudcliff flying ship was several dozen meters long, and it was dependent on the 16 saint beasts to remain afloat in the air. With all of the saint beasts being incapacitated all of a sudden, it lost all of its support simultaneously and began on an unstoppable free fall downwards. The 8 notes of heavenly dragons. That fellow used the 8 notes of heavenly dragons to suppress the saint beasts. This is disastrous. Exerting his zhenqi, Wu Tianxiong stopped in midair, but watching the flying ship fall beneath him, his mouth couldn't help but twitch uncontrollably. The saint beasts supporting the Cloudcliff flying ship were all saint beasts who possessed the dragon bloodline. Such saint beasts possessed extraordinary physical prowess, making their flight speed and endurance far superior to their counterparts. As such, they were the ideal candidates to drive the flying ship. If one had to pick a flaw regarding them, it would only be their natural deference toward those who possessed the pure-blooded dragon bloodline, but pure-blooded dragons had already disappeared from the world many years ago. As such, there should have been no one who could exploit this flaw, and it should have been safe for them to use those dragon bloodline saint beasts. Who could have known that the 8 notes of heavenly dragons, something that everyone thought had gone missing many years ago, along with the pure-blooded dragons, would ring out all of a sudden? Wasn't it said that these notes could only be voiced by those of the dragon tribe? How could a human possibly voice it? Not to mention, with such astounding prowess that even these Saint Realm beasts would succumb to it at that. But while he was in disbelief, he didn't just freeze on the spot. He swiftly gathered a compressed layer of air beneath the cloud-cliff flying ship in order to slow its descent to a gradual halt. Xinping Chao and Wu Ran also swiftly recovered from their shock and assisted him. The cloud-cliff flying ship might have been massive, but the strength of 3 7-star master teachers was tremendous, too. Under their combined efforts, they eventually managed to stop the descent of the flying ship safely in midair. However, barely after they had heaved a sigh of relief, yet another sound echoed from beneath. Mao, Hong Long. The sound wasn't loud, but it carried great penetrating power, reverberating in the ears of all clearly. In an instant, the 16 saint beasts, whose bodies had been stiffened immobile and tongues were hanging from their mouths from the earlier sound, suddenly went into a rampage and charged downward, tugging the flying ship that was connected to them by a harness along with them. Due to their furious charge, the massive ship, which had just come to a halt through the laborious effort of the 3 principals, was suddenly dragged down once more. It was already sufficiently difficult to prop up that heavy flying ship, but with the incredible might of 16 powerful saint beasts acting against them on top of that, there was no way the 3 principals could possibly hold on. Thus, the flying ship began falling once more. Hong long long. Boom. A huge cloud of dust rose up as the floating cloud-cliff flying ship crashed into the ground, creating a huge depression. The students, who had been standing on the deck, were forcefully thrown off the ship. Due to the massive impact from the crash, some of the students who possessed lower cultivation sustained severe injuries even before participating in the combat master selection. Even those who had higher cultivation felt the zhenqi in their body going into disarray from the impact, and they couldn't help but be dumbfounded by the abrupt happenings. Not only were those from the 3 master teacher academies stunned by the turn of events, even school head Mo and the others, who had just returned to the ground, found their mouths twitching uncontrollably upon seeing this sight. They had thought that the time limit their principal had come up with was just for show, but who would have thought that he was really serious? Didn't the heritage regarding the tongue of the dragon tribe disappear a long time ago? Furthermore, to speak it with apparent fluency, just how did their principal learn it? At that moment, the 3 principals, who had been still standing grandly a moment ago, suddenly plummeted down from the sky and landed onto the deck of the ship. Dust cloaked their faces, leaving them in an indescribably unkempt state. Schoolhead Mo and the others hurriedly asked, "Are you all fine?" The 3 principals had shouldered the weight of the flying ship and the rampaging might of 16 saint beasts simultaneously, and even with their Saint Realm 2 Dan and 3 Dan cultivation, it was still beyond what they could withstand. It was already fortunate that they weren't too severely injured from it. Zhao Bingshu felt his head spinning furiously as he muttered beneath his breath, "Principal Zhang, is this what you mean by cultured?" The other party had just told him that he would resolve the matter in a mature manner befitting cultured individuals that master teachers should be, and barely a few moments later, such was the sight that had unfolded before him. "Is this what you mean by cultured? Who in the world has ever seen a cultured man throwing his guests off from their flying ship, and on top of that, even crashing the other party's ship?" Zhao Bingshu swiftly searched through the crowd for their principal so as to reason with him, to have him know that such actions were unconducive for the relations between the 4 great master-teacher academies. However, when he found the young man he was looking, Zhang Xian was standing right in front of the saint beasts that had been propping up the flying ship. Palipala. A series of punches and kicks, and in the next moment, the saint beasts released excited calls, and 16 droplets of fresh blood flew out from their glabelli, headed toward the young man. Sealing of contracts, the saint beasts had acknowledged their new master. The heck? Not only did our principal crash their flying ship, he even tamed their saint beasts? The 10 great master teachers were completely dumbstruck by the inconceivable sight before them. All right. Patting the dust from his hands, Zhang Xian raised his hand, and the Saint Beasts swiftly undid the harnesses around their bodies and gathered in a neat line before him, as if soldiers forming up before their commander. Each of their heads were tilted upward proudly, as if delighted with the new master they had acknowledged. Since they had refused to come down even after his invitation, he could only find another way to invite them down. In truth, Zhang Xian had already noticed that the 16 Saint Beasts possessed the dragon bloodline at first sight. Since that was the case, the solution couldn't have been any simpler. The 8 notes of heavenly dragons and a bout of taming did the job. Even though these 16 were Saint Beasts, they only had the cultivation of Saint Realm 1 Dan primary stage. Given Zhang Xian's current strength and the fact that those Saint Beasts were still affected by the 8 notes of heavenly dragons, it didn't take him too much effort to tame them. Since you were the ones who were being disrespectful first, there is no need for me to uphold etiquette with you. We can talk about it slowly after I tame these Saint Beasts of yours. This, climbing up from the remains of the flying ship, Wu Tianxiong and Shun Pingqiao nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. We were only trying to assess you to see how well you can adapt to difficult situations. Surely you didn't need to go so far as to destroy such a precious flying ship and steal those 16 Saint Beasts. Not to mention, I had to serve those Saint Beasts the best food and drinks just to make them work for me. It is one thing for them to betray me, but what is with the proud look on their faces? Do you need to be so smug about taking that fellow as your master? They had heard that the other party often did things beyond one's expectations, but this, it was not just beyond expectations, it was beyond common decency. He is Principal Zhang? I see. I should have guessed it. Contrary to the stifled looks on the faces of the other 2 principals, as soon as Wu Ran saw Zhang Xian's appearance, his body immediately began trembling in agitation. He had heard about the many incredible deeds of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy's new principal, but he had never seen the other party in person. Never would he have thought that it would be the young man who had pointed out the flaws in Kong Shi's insight on the Saint Ascension platform and received Kong Shi's acknowledgement. Back then, when the young man abruptly disappeared, he had spent several days searching for him around the Saint Ascension platform, but to no avail. Just when he thought that he had lost the opportunity to converse with that outstanding young man and learn from him, it turned out that the other party was the legendary principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. If he had known earlier, he would have definitely paid the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy a visit long ago. There were many lingering questions and doubts in his mind, which he wanted to consult the other party about. Back then, he had been thinking that it was impossible for such an outstanding young man to be buried amid the dust. A true star would eventually outshine those around him, and it seemed like that was indeed the case. As a person who had been acknowledged by Kong Shi himself, earning the recognition of the many preceding principals was a piece of cake. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Eventually, unable to hold himself back any longer, he rushed forward to the young man and greeted him. Wu Ran of the Qingzhou Master Teacher Academy pays respect to Zhang Shi. It seems like we meet once again. Zhang Xian replied with a smile. Yes. Wu Ran clasped his fist and nodded excitedly. This. The 10 great master teachers and innumerable students glanced at one another, overwhelmed with frenzy by the sight before them. Those principals, who had been standing haughtily on their flying ship a moment ago, refusing to comply with school head Mo and the others, had suddenly had such a huge change in attitude after crashing down, greeting their principal like a humble student. Could it be that these principals also suffered from the same affliction that plagued the preceding principals, willing to comply only after undergoing a round of pummeling? In other words, masochists. Chapter 929. Compensation cough cough. So, you are Principal Zhang. I have heard much about you, and you are indeed an outstanding individual. It took a long while before Wu Tianxiong and Shun Pingqiao flew over awkwardly from the rubble to meet Zhang Xian. Had they known that it would end with such embarrassment, they would have just alighted from the ship immediately. After suffering such a heavy and embarrassing fall, the towering and otherworldly image they had built with great difficulty had shattered into bits too. Junior Zhang Xian pays respect to Principal Wu and Principal Shun. Zhang Xian bowed deeply. As a 6-star master teacher, he couldn't show any breach in etiquette toward a 7-star master teacher, or else the other party would be able to easily criticize his behavior. As fellow principals, we can be considered peers, so there is no need to uphold such formalities with us. Principal Zhang, it was indeed impolite of me to drive my flying ship into your Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, but may I ask of you to return my saint beasts to me? Wu Tianxiong asked with a livid face as he clasped his fist. As an artifact, the Cloud Cliff flying ship wasn't so fragile as to be destroyed with a single crash. While it did suffer a certain degree of damage, it was still within an acceptable range and could be repaired. However, those saint beasts were valuable assets of their Yunshu Master Teacher Academy, and even with the great wealth they possessed, it would be a huge blow to lose them. Furthermore, without those saint beasts, how were their students and teachers supposed to return to the academy after the combat master selection came to an end? Qingyuan conferred empire had vast territories, and the 4 great master teacher academies were located very far from one another. Even on the Cloud Cliff flying ship, it still took them more than a month to get there. If they were to travel on foot, those who hadn't reached Saint Realm would probably first die of old age before returning back. With a conflicted expression, Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before saying, "It is not really a problem for me to return them to you." But what? Wu Tianxiong asked. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian replied, "To be honest, for this combat master selection, our Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy invited top-notch gardeners to put up exquisite sights for those present to enjoy. For that, we purchased many valuable artifacts in order to bring out magnificent aesthetics worthy of the occasion, and as a result, we are still knee-deep in debt at the moment. Yet, your flying ship has destroyed everything with its crash. Considering the wealth that your Yunshu Master Teacher Academy has, is it possible for you to compensate us for that? If you are willing to do so, I will surely return your saint beasts immediately." The fall of the Cloud Cliff flying ship had caused a huge depression in the ground, and many of the Academy's buildings had been reduced to rubble. Top-notch gardeners? Exquisite sights? Valuable artifacts? Wu Tianxiong's mouth twitched. It was not like he couldn't see the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy from his flying ship, and he knew that those were ordinary buildings. Furthermore, exquisite sights? Valuable artifacts? He had taken a look when the ship crashed to the ground, and the wreckage only covered an ordinary square and several streets. Despite knowing this, he had no choice but to go along with whatever the other party was saying since his saint beasts were being held captive by the other party. Thus, clasping his fist, Wu Tianxiong asked, "May I know how much it will cost?" "I am not too sure about it either. As you all know, it hasn't been long since I became the principal, so I am not too sure about such matters either. Why don't I help you ask around?" Waving his hand, Zhang Xian beckoned School Head Mo over and asked, "School Head Mo, I need you to come up with an estimate for the cost of repairing the buildings and artifacts that Principal flying ship has destroyed." "Yes." School Head Mo nodded before flying into the air to assess the damage. A moment later, he returned and informed Zhang Xian through Zhenqi telepathy, "Principal Zhang, the flying ship has destroyed a total of 8 buildings and 3 lakes. All in all, the reparation cost should add up to around 2 high-tier spirit stones." Even though it might seem as if high-tier spirit stones were not worth much, given the astounding pace at which Zhang Xian was consuming them, their purchasing power was not to be scoffed at. The area that the flying ship had crashed into didn't have any important amenities, so 2 high-tier spirit stones was more than sufficient to repair them perfectly. "What did you say?" As if he couldn't believe what he had heard, Zhang Xian exclaimed in shock as a frown surfaced on his forehead. 20,000 high-tier spirit stones? Are you sure that is sufficient to fix the amenities perfectly? 20,000. School Head Mo was dumbstruck by Zhang Xian's response. "When did I say 20,000? I clearly said 2 high-tier spirit stones. Those exquisite buildings were not only carefully built by the hands of top-notch masters, they are also symbolic of the sweat and tears of our predecessors, an important heritage of our Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Its value is not something that can be measured with just money. Take a closer look before coming up with another estimate. Don't worry, the Yunshu Master Teacher Academy is the leading academy of the 4 great Master Teacher Academies. Given their prestige and wealth, They won't stoop so low as to avoiding payment. Zhang Xian said. Kong. Schoolhead Mo's lips twitched. With a questioning tone, he asked, then, about 25,000? Or perhaps 30,000? Are you certain 30,000 is enough? Zhang Xian asked sternly. 30,000 does seem to be insufficient now that you mention it. How about 50,000? Schoolhead Mo's eyelids were twitching uncontrollably as he spoke. 50,000? We need that many high-tier spirit stones to repair the amenities? Well, I guess that is to be expected. Those are the legacies that our predecessors have left in our hands, and we can't measure them with just mere money. Zhang Xian sighed deeply before turning an apologetic gaze to Tianqiong. Principal Hua, just as you have heard, the destruction the flying ship has caused to our academy is simply too great. We will require roughly 50,000 high-tier spirit stones in order to restore it to its original state. Hearing those words, Tianqiong's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Can you be any faker than that? Those lousy amenities of yours won't even cost 5 high-tier spirit stones to repair. But the price you are telling me is 50,000? Do you take me for a fool? However, he knew that the other party was intentionally hiking up the price in order to repay the favor. Well, he was indeed the one who had been disrespectful first. Sighing helplessly, Tianqiong shook his head and offered a compromise. Cough, cough. Principal Zhang, it was indeed discourteous of me to have my flying ship barge into the grounds of your academy. For this, allow me to earnestly apologize to you for my breach of etiquette. How about this? Why don't you allow my Yunshu to repair your amenities for you? I guarantee that they will be exactly the same as before. Noting the other party's courteous attitude, Zhang Xian replied with a smile. You are offering to repair our amenities for us? I can't expect Principal Hua to do that for us. However, it happens that our academy is still lacking a grade 7 spirit gathering formation, so if Principal Hua is willing to have one set up for us, we will take care of the reparations ourselves. Bringing a massive ship to my academy, are you trying to put on airs before me? You should be glad that I am willing to back down with just this. Otherwise, my heirs would be able to easily crush you into the ground. A grade 7 spirit gathering formation? Hearing those words, Tianqiong's cheeks began to twitch. To set up a grade 7 formation, not only would one have to invite 7-star formation masters over, one would have to purchase grade 7 formation flags as well. Each one of those grade 7 formation flags cost a huge fortune, and to buy enough of them to construct a formation covering an entire academy and capable of operating for many years. The cost was nothing short of terrifying, but judging from the other party's expression, this seemed to be the other party's bottom line. If he were to turn this down as well, it was likely that he wouldn't be getting back his Saint Beasts. 16 Saint Beasts that possessed the dragon bloodline. That was a huge fortune to their academy. Furthermore, for them to be kidnapped before their eyes, that was a huge disgrace to the Yunshu Master Teacher Academy. He had to get them back no matter the cost. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, Tianqiong finally clenched his jaw and replied, All right, I will agree to your request. Principal Hua sure is generous. You have my respect. Zhang Xian clasped his fist politely before turning to the Saint Beasts behind him and flicking his wrists consecutively to return their droplets of blood, thus releasing their master-servant contract. All right, you are free now. You should return to Yunshu. Roar, roar, roar. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, the Saint Beasts howled indignantly, unwilling to part from him. As ones who possessed the dragon bloodline, they understood the significance behind the 8 notes of the heavenly dragons. The person before them was very likely a transformation of a pure-blooded dragon. It wasn't easy for them to take him as their master, and they took pride in the very fact. Yet, in the next moment, their contracts were dispelled, so it was natural that they would feel indignant. Seeing the reactions of those Saint Beasts, Tianqiong gritted his teeth and promised, If you return to Yunshu, I will double your provisions. Roar. Hearing his promise, the 16 Saint Beasts hesitated for a long moment before reluctantly returning back to the Cloud Cliff flying ship, unhappy and disappointed. Watching this sight, Tianqiong felt incredibly stifled within, and he had to calm himself for a long while before he could catch his breath. He had heard that Principal Zhang was a person who had the uncanny ability to realize the seemingly unexpected and impossible, and after seeing it in person, he couldn't help but fervently agree with it. Indeed, the other party was indeed so skilled at realizing the unexpected that he felt that he might die from stress if it were to happen a few more times. Just after he eased the pain in his chest, the young man opposite to him suddenly sighed deeply and said, "If you really wish to follow me, you can always secretly return after sending them back to Yunxiu." Roar, roar, roar. The 16 saint beasts immediately howled in frenzied delight. Tianxiong suddenly felt the intense ache in his chest return, threatening to take his life away. "What the heck is this? You can't do that. At this rate, I fear that I will die of rage even before the combat master selection begins." He had been pumped up when he first arrived, thinking that with the experts Yunxiu had, they would surely achieve unprecedentedly good results this time around. Who could have known that even before the combat master selection had begun, he would already be done in badly by the new principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy? Just thinking about the matter left him incredibly frustrated inside. Driving his zhenqi to suppress the pain in his chest, Tianxiong said, "All right, now that we have resolved this problem, let's talk about how we should proceed for the combat master selection." Indeed, the reason we are gathered here today is for the Centennial Combat Master Selection, so we should get to the main topic at hand. Shun Pingchao said, "Combat Masters represent the top fighting power within the Master Teacher Pavilion, and they are the sharpest blades that mankind has to fend off the threat of the otherworldly demonic tribe. As such, we have to deal with this matter carefully." "That is a given." Zhang Xian nodded. He had only given them a small punishment for their disrespect toward the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy previously. After that was settled, he would still have to collaborate with them closely on the combat master selection so as to not impede such an important matter. Putting aside the matter from before, Tianxiong said grimly, "The slots for the combat master selection this round have been doubled. On previous occasions, only 50 students were accepted over the 5 grades for the 4 great master teacher academies, but this time around, they are accepting 100. Accepting 100? This was the first time Zhang Xian was hearing about the slots for the combat master selection, and he couldn't help but be astonished. Over the 5 grades, Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy had more than 100,000 students. Even though he wasn't too sure about the numbers for the other 3 Master Teacher Academies, considering their superior standing to Hongyuan, their numbers likely exceeded Hongyuan's. In other words, using even the most conservative of estimates, out of a total of 400,000 students across the 4 great Master Teacher Academies, only 100 people were accepted into the Combat Master Hall once every century. In other words, the ratio was 1 in 400. Furthermore, if they were to consider the norm of 50 slots, the ratio would rise to 1 in 800. It was no wonder others viewed entering the Combat Master Hall as a great prestige. It was extremely difficult to join. While the number of slots did increase, the selection has become stricter as well. I heard that there might even be life and death duels. Shun Pingchao continued, "Life and death duels?" Zhang Xian frowned upon hearing those words. Indeed, unlike normal master teachers, the sole responsibility for combat masters is to fight and fend off the dangers threatening humanity. Without undergoing a life and death situation, how can they display fighting prowess surpassing the ordinary? Wu Ran said. Chapter 930. Impartation ahead of the battle, that's true. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Without undergoing the experience and fear from a life and death situation, it was difficult for one to sharpen their state of mind and maximize their fighting potential. Zhang Xian might not have cultivated for long, but a crucial reason why he was able to attain the fighting prowess he currently possessed was due to the numerous life and death situations he had been in. There was no expert who had become strong without paying the corresponding price for it. Most master teachers were already skilled fighters themselves, and becoming a combat master meant being the cream of the crop among the master teachers. To be able to surpass the already powerful master teachers, it went without saying that one would have to put in much more effort than the others. Just taking Zhang Xian for example, in order to attempt to cultivate a higher grade origin core, He had spent 2 whole months only to cultivate from half-saint primary stage to half-saint pinnacle. If it had been an ordinary Heaven's Path divine art, he would have already been a saint realm expert by now. This was the amount of effort and hard work that one would have to put in. May I know what form the combat master selection will take? Have you heard any news about it? Zhang Xin asked. I am not too sure about the details, but the norm is to conduct an elimination tournament among the candidates. The top 50 will be selected to join the Combat Master Hall. The rules of the selection might change each and every time, but the fundamental prerequisite to becoming a combat master would never change, and that was to possess fighting prowess superior to the other competitors. Regardless of how, under the circumstances that one didn't utilize any special artifact or tamed beast, as long as one was able to defeat the other competitors of the same grade, one would be the ultimate victor. An elimination tournament. Zhang Xin nodded. That was indeed the most straightforward and fairest way to sieve out the strongest ones among the candidates, but its flaw was also apparent as well. The lives of the candidates could potentially be put at risk. In an important selection like this, there was no room for holding back. Candidates would be forced to use their full strength, and casualties were inevitable under such circumstances. At this moment, Wu Tianxiong suddenly proposed with a smile. Right? Since the representatives from the Combat Master Hall have not arrived yet, why don't we have our candidates display their prowess so that they can prepare themselves for what is to come? This way, they should be able to keep their nerve in the selection later on and exert their greatest fighting prowess. Indeed, this will also give them a glimpse into the strength of their competitors as well. It is important for master teachers to interact more with one another so that they can improve. If a person just keeps to themselves, their worldly view will only be narrowed, thus limiting their growth. Xin Pingqiao and Wu Ran nodded in agreement. That sounds good. With 3 of the principals expressing their approval for the matter, it wouldn't be good for Zhang Xian to disagree. Besides, this would be good for Hong Yuan's candidates as well. They would be able to prepare themselves mentally for what was to come. Having received unanimous approval regarding the display of power, the principals swiftly issued several instructions to their teachers, and before long, hundreds of students with cultivation ranging from consonant spirit realm to chrysalis realm emerged from the flying ship. Just like the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, the other Master Teacher Academies had also selected 20 men for each of the 5 grades, meaning that there were 100 candidates from each academy. The emergence of the 300 geniuses from the 3 other Master Teacher Academies put a huge amount of pressure on the students of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Activating his eye of insight, Zhang Xian began assessing them carefully. Each of them had compact muscles, and their zhenqi was rich and condensed. They were definitely qualified to be considered experts among those of their cultivation realm. School head Imo, bring our candidates over, Zhang Xian instructed. School head Imo nodded, and not too long later, the 100 candidates the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy had chosen appeared in the training grounds. This was the first time Zhang Xian had seen the candidates of his academy, and comparing them to the candidates from the other academies, he couldn't help but shake his head. The candidates from Hongyuan were of the same age range and cultivation realms as the other candidates, but in terms of disposition and richness of zhenqi, it was clear that they were lacking. If they were to really fight in an elimination tournament, it was highly likely that only a pitifully small number of them would be able to clear the selection. It was no wonder even the 10 great master teachers themselves had forgotten about a matter as major as the combat master selection before, needing the reminder of the golden origin cauldron. It seemed like the combat master selection was indeed nothing much to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, and on the contrary, it could even be considered a source of shame that no one was willing to speak about. As time passed, everyone had eventually forgotten about the matter. I am a grade 1 student from the Yunshu Master Teacher Academy, Wei Chong. As the 400 students participating in the combat master selection settled down before a dueling platform, a student from the Yunshu Master Teacher Academy leaped onto the stage, and with a jerk of his arm, a powerful aura burst into the air. Perhaps due to the immense amount of zhenqi gushing through his acupoints, a whistling sound could be heard from his body. Despite only possessing the cultivation of consonant spirit realm, he commanded an aura that felt as though he could pierce through the heaven. Powerful. Indeed. With such strength, there are probably very few grade 2 students who can rival him. I definitely wouldn't be a match for him at all. Formidable. As expected of Yunxiu, which is ranked first among the 4 great master-teacher academies, their students are indeed extraordinary. Seeing Wei Chang's display of power, the grade 1 students beneath the dueling platform couldn't help but show grim expressions. Despite being at consonant spirit realm 2, the other party's strength was clearly far beyond theirs. Putting aside grade 1 students like them, even grade 2 students, Cosmos Bridge realm cultivators, would struggle to be a match for him. Just that single move had managed to strike fear in their hearts. Seeing this sight, Zhang Xian frowned. There seemed to be nothing wrong with the display of power, but this could easily create undue mental pressure on the relatively weaker Hongyuan candidates. It seemed like the other principals were trying to buy back some dignity after the fall. I am a grade 1 student from the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy, Zhang Lin. I am a grade 1 student from the Qingzhou Master Teacher Academy. Soon, all of the grade 1 students of the other 3 Master Teacher Academies had made their round on the dueling platform. Even though their cultivation was only at consonant spirit realm, the aura and disposition they exuded revealed a hint of the immense fighting prowess they could potentially display. There were a couple who possessed unique constitutions, which easily granted them a might far greater than their peers when activated. They weren't lacking even when compared to Wang Ying and the others when they had still been at consonant spirit realm. On the other hand, the candidates from Hongyuan were truly unimpressive in comparison. Not only were their physical conditions beneath that of their opponents, even their comprehension of battle techniques was vastly inferior as well. If they were to fight the other candidates in a duel, it wouldn't matter much if they lost, but if things went wrong, they could stand to be severely injured. Of the 20 grade 1 students selected, there were only 1 or 2 who could still stand their ground against the others. The rest stood no chance at all. But that was to be expected. It must have been at least 3 months since the other academies selected their candidates, and on the long journey to Hongyuan, they would have received the personal guidance from a 7-star master teacher as well. It would have been difficult for them to not have raised their fighting prowess in such a situation. On the other hand, Zhang Xian had only returned from Xinyuan Kingdom not too long ago, and this was his first time meeting Hongyuan's candidates, leaving him no chance to offer them his guidance. Given so, how could Hongyuan's candidates possibly match up to the others? Even if School Head Zhao, School Head Imo, and the others had guided them personally, limited by their eye of discernment and knowledge, their impartation would still be unable to match up to a 7-star master teacher. How can we win this? Zhang Xian rubbed his temples in distress. Even before the selection had begun, the confidence of Hongyuan's candidates had already been shattered to bits. Given their current state, they probably wouldn't last several blows from their opponents in the duel later on. After which, the grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, and grade 5 candidates headed up to display their strength, and the fighting prowess that Hongyuan's candidates displayed was truly unsatisfactory. Of the 4 great master teacher academies, the candidates from Yunxiu were the strongest. Each and every one of them was capable of challenging opponents beyond their cultivation, making them difficult adversaries to face. If only Shui Zhenyang, Long Cangyue, and the others hadn't achieved a breakthrough. He had offered his personal guidance to them, and after the duel they had with Wu Su, their fighting prowess had soared significantly. If they were to participate in the combat master selection as well, there was a very good chance that they would have been able to win some slots for the grade 5 class. However, it was a pity that they had already achieved a breakthrough to half saint, thus losing the qualification to do so. Zhang Xian did conduct lectures for the Xinxian faction from time to time, but as freshmen, their starting point was too low. Compared to the other seniors who had been in the academy for some time, their fighting prowess was still lacking. This was also the reason none of them had cleared the internal selections. After watching the power display, Wu Ran remarked with a frown, "Principal Zhang, it doesn't look too good for your candidates." As a 7-star master teacher, it was apparent to him that the candidates from Hongyuan were considerably weaker than those from the other 3 academies. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for Hongyuan to obtain a decent number of slots. Zhang Xian shook his head. Turning to Tianqiong and the others, he asked, "Since the representatives from the Combat Master Hall have yet to arrive, may I make use of this time to impart some combat's insights to my candidates first?" "You wish to conduct a lecture for your candidates now?" Hearing his words, Wu Tianxiong and the others were taken aback. It was not to say that a last-minute importation would be completely useless, but considering that the representatives of the Combat Master Hall were going to arrive in 2 hours' time, according to the news they had received, its effectiveness would be minimal at most. That's right. Zhang Xian nodded. Considering the current condition of Hong Yuan's candidates, if he didn't do anything, even if the number of candidates that the Combat Master Hall accepted was increased to 200 or 300, most of their candidates would still be unable to clear the selection. Thus, the only thing he could do was impart some combat insights to them and hope that it would aid them in the duels to come. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Ran couldn't help but offer some advice. Principal Zhang, there is no rule forbidding you from offering pointers to your candidates at this point, but if you lecture them now, I fear that it might confuse them and lower their fighting prowess instead. The fact that these students had cleared the internal selection to become candidates for the Combat Master selection meant that they possessed extraordinary aptitude for battle, and they had already forged their own fighting style. If Zhang Xian were to attempt to correct their faults, it could mess up their fighting style, resulting in their moves becoming chaotic, thus lowering their fighting prowess instead. Knowing that Wu Ran was advising him out of goodwill, Zhang Xian replied with a smile, I understand, but I still need to give it a try. After which, he gathered the 100 candidates from Hongyuan and set up a barrier to isolate the area, preventing anyone from peering in or hearing what was happening inside, before turning to face them. Gazing intently at the candidates, Zhang Xian asked, Are there any of you who are reluctant to become a combat master? Being a combat master had its pluses, but there were still quite a number of master teachers whose interests lay not in that direction. No. The crowd shook their heads. Since they had participated in the internal selection and cleared it, they would have already long made up their minds. Good. Since all of you intend to become combat masters, you are going to have to raise your fighting prowess to greater heights. Seeing that there was no one who was reluctant to become a combat master, Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes and said, I will teach you a few insights and tricks that can raise your fighting prowess and grasp of battle swiftly. I hope that you can work hard and try to comprehend them. At this point, it was already too late to reinforce their cultivation further. Since it was impossible to work on their cultivation, the only viable option was to raise their comprehension of battle techniques and grasp of battle. Yes. Upon learning that their principal was going to guide them personally, the eyes of the students couldn't help but light up. The confidence that had extinguished after witnessing the might of the candidates of the other academies had also reignited. They could still recall the huge commotion that had arisen from the public lecture their principal had made during his inauguration ceremony. Back then, his lecture had extremely been general so that it was applicable to teachers and students alike in the academy, but even so, it had still had such tremendous effects. Now that they were receiving the other party's guidance directly, what kind of effects would there be? Just the thought of it left them trembling in anticipation. Seeing the passionate eyes on him, Zhang Xian knew that they were ready to learn. Without any hesitation, he began his lecture. The crux of battle techniques lie in refining one's exertion of Jinqi, maximizing the strength one is able to display. As such, if one wishes to further the prowess of their battle technique, they must possess a pure state of mind that will drive them forward courageously. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.